All right, everybody, let me show you what we're dealing with here. Give me 1 second to get this pulled up. All right, everybody, let me show you what we're dealing with here. All right, that's working. Roof camera, is that online? Cool, roof camera's online. Let's see, is the remote camera online? The remote camera online. Yep, remote's online. Here's what we're working with right now. I'm located right here in Springburg or Spring Douche or whatever it is. Springdale, yeah, sure, whatever. Springville. Teleque. I don't know how you say the name of this. Teleque, whatever. There's a couple of storms going up here. You can see on Radar Omega right over that town. This is the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line. And we're kind of watching this area right back here. Those supercells are forming fast. You got to remember, we don't have a lot of roads out here, so we're going to be kind of SOL here with how we can get on these. This is basically like a Dixie Alley storm chase. So I'm watching these storms right here. They're not that far away, we can measure. Only about 40 miles away. So I'm not quite sure what the plan of attack is here. I need to figure out, I think going south would be the... See, the thing is with those damn things moving... I don't like they're moving northeast because they're going to move into stable air. I think we might want to go to Siloam Springs, and from there we can detour around.
Head east, then turn right.
Okay, head east and turn right. I can handle that. But thanks for joining, everybody. It should be a active day. I think we've got a... oh, we just lost signal. Nope, came back. We've got a potential for a couple of strong tornadoes today, maybe. My confidence in that is a little bit higher than it was earlier. You guys noticed I was pretty hard critic of today up until now. And honestly, I really think that today's got the potential
toward US 412 west, then turn right onto US 412 west.
For a couple of tornadoes.
Turn right onto US 412 west. Continue on US 412 west.
And I say that mainly because we're starting to see some of the indicators that today was going to not be an eventful day. You know, some of the things that showed us that, hey, today's crap. That's not like that's washing away. Like, we got blue sky up here. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. It's late in the day, but we've got our stable air is eroding. We're a little bit far north, but I'm going to go east or west to Siloam, whatever Springs. And then we've got a north-south road. But remember, folks, like, we are right on the edge of mountains out here. I don't have a lot of space to go. So if you can maybe help me out, because as we go along, we're going to have a lot of folks in here that are like, oh, why aren't you on the storm? Well, if you can kind of help me out and, you know, educate folks that might need to be educated on that I'm not going to go chase a lightning storm up in the mountains where we have no signal and we can't see. If there's a giant wedge on the ground, that's a different story. But so we're going to try to stay out here where we can kind of eyeball these storms. Now, one thing you need to remember with chasing in this part of the world here, it's urban, so it takes longer to get places. So we're not going to be right up the storm's ass crack the whole time. We got to give this a minute. We're going to try to get in position, get out ahead of it, pick the right storm, and then commit to the right storm. We don't want to commit to the wrong storm because we're just going to have a bad day. So we're here. And honestly, folks, we need to cut today short because we might have a tropical system coming for us. So if you look at my Facebook page, you'll see that I posted a graphic about that. It's Invest 94L. It's in the Southwest Atlantic, and it's looks like it could form somewhere southeast of Florida, down by Puerto Rico, and move up toward the East Coast. Now, my forecast, which was exactly what I said, has been criticized hard, where a lot of folks have been telling me that I'm an idiot. You know, I must have taken too much Tylenol when I was little or something. And I don't know what I'm talking about. It's going out to sea. Well, we don't know that it's going out to sea. Some of the models, in fact, a good handful of the models actually show it coming to the coast. I doubt that it would be very strong, but nonetheless, we could have a tropical system in a week to a week and a half that could impact the United States. It also very well could go out to sea and not be a problem for the United States. But the fact that it's a credible threat to the United States right now is enough for me to say we need to start preparing and start moving that way. So if you're on the East Coast, this is not a Gulf Coast storm. This is an East Coast storm. Start preparing. So I really can't talk any more specifics than that. So we just don't have them yet. I feel like they did put a special weather statement on our storm that's over there by Telequ, whatever. I don't know how to say the name of that town. It is what it is. That's on the Oklahoma side of the border. We're going to try to get out of town here. There's a couple of highways out there. It's not terrible, but really can't go east of I-29 here, folks. So we really need to take what's out there. But I'm not going to be dicking around out here until midnight. Let's put it that way. We're going to be as soon as it gets dark, if it's still ongoing, I'm out of here. Unless there's tornadoes flying, we're out of here because we've got a credible threat of a potential tropical system here, and we need to take that seriously. So, and that trumps whatever we're doing out here. So the goal right now is to just get out of these urban areas, because I can't do anything. We can't do anything when we're in these urban areas, and you gotta kind of remember that these are large urban areas like this. So you really have to avoid them. Like it's work to avoid them. Like you got to get through them before the storm gets here, or you never get through them because people panic and stop in the middle of the road and all sorts of weird stuff. So. But we've got that level 3 out of 5 tornado risk. I think this is the first time that we've had that high of a tornado risk in quite some time. I don't remember when the last 10% tornado risk was. I don't think we had one at all in August. If we did, I don't remember it. And I honestly don't know if I remember one in July. It might have been June. And frankly, folks, it might have even been May. I don't know. I'm sure somebody could find an answer, but I really, it's possible that it was May, but I think it was June. Possibly maybe in July, but I don't remember. I don't even remember, folks. It's been so long. So we could have a strong tornado today. I'm not really expecting tornadoes, but it's kind of one of those days where if we do get tornadoes, I'm not gonna necessarily be surprised, if that makes sense. Like they're expected, but they're not expected. I guess I would be equally expecting to see tornadoes as I am to not see them. We gotta get out of town here. They got too many cops running radar here. This is ridiculous. This little asinine here. It's like the 6th one I've passed. Like, come on. Whatever. Write me a ticket, I guess. We gotta go. Storms are now erupting. We got this one to our south too. It's possible this actually could be a failure mode, folks. If we end up with too many storms, our tornado chances are going to decrease because the storms are going to be more of a cluster. And we're going to need storms to be more isolated and individual than clusters to be able to get tornadoes, I think. So we could have tornadoes embedded in clusters or like QLCS line segments, but I really think that we're going to need more discrete cells here. All right, we got, oh boy, I don't know, we might have to turn around, folks. We got one going up just to our south over Fayetteville. it might make more sense to take that one, which is what you're looking at right now. I wonder if we need to take that one. Shoot. That honestly might be the better one to take. The problem is it's going into the urban area, so it's also going into crappy terrain. But Highway 412 isn't terrible all the way up to Harrison. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but shoot. We might just want to pull over up here and be patient for like 5 minutes and just see if one of these does go nuts. Let's do that. Let's find a spot we can pull off. I think there's a spot up here on the left. God dang, guys, I wonder what the target is here. I wonder if it's going to be that Fayetteville storm, because that one's going up quick. The problem is, I mean, they're kind of all going up. If I wasn't concerned about roads and terrain, this wouldn't be such a big deal. But you've got basically one shot, and if you screw it up, you're kind of screwed here if you do. But see, those storms that are forming just to our south over Fayetteville, those are going to be moving into like worse terrain. So I think I want to favor this stuff over here to the west. I think. Oh boy. Shoot. We'll give it a second here. I mean, you know, we're a solid. Hold on, let me open this mesoscale. Oh no, it's a tornado watch. Okay, so they issued a tornado watch. Information on that in 1 second, guys. So the tornado watch is from Tulsa down to McAllister, all the way east to like Conway, Arkansas. Says a couple strong tornadoes possible, hail up to 2 inches, winds up to 75 miles per hour. Oh boy, I don't know. All right, I've purposefully not looked at radar for a minute. Now I'm going to look at radar again. I wonder if this clustered storm mode is going to shaft our tornado threat. It might. That would be all right, though. This is a bad area to have tornadoes. Yeah, I think we need to let that go. I think we need to let that farther east storm go. The stuff farther west, I think, is going to have a better shot at the instability. I think that makes sense, right? That one farther off to the east is right on the tail end of those showers and storms. I mean, yeah, it might kind of screw up the air mass here a little bit, but it also might push out a little outflow boundary to interact with these storms. I feel like this trailing line might be the better one here, but I'm not for certain. But don't be surprised if in 5 minutes something changes and we have to shoot back to 29, which, I mean, would be okay. It's a very, kind of a very messy severe weather setup. I'm not surprised. This area is kind of famous for that. The problem is I don't have a good south route. Son of a gun. They just severe warned it too. Well, they either just severe warned it or they severe warned it a minute ago, because I think I might have saw it a minute ago, forgot to say something. But it is severe warned.
A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Madison and northeastern Franklin counties. At 3:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles southwest of Jasper to 3 miles northwest of Devils, down to 7 miles east of Cass, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour with gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in or near the path include Cass, Red Star. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 84.
Okay, well, I don't even know, guys. Like I said, I don't have a south route, which really sucks. But welcome to this part of storm chasing that we get stuck with for like 5 months straight. I get so tired of saying I don't have a road. I hate that. Especially right here. This is a terrible place for this storm because there are north-south roads, but they're like 30 miles west where the storm's already passing. We do have one that goes south out of Siloam or Siloam, whatever it is, Springs, but it looks bad. We can take it. Obviously, we'd need to stay out of the hail, but I don't think that'll be too hard. I think the hail threat is primarily going to be... What is this guy doing? I don't know if that's somebody... Howdy. Okay. Hold on, I don't want to... Okay. I'll stay out of your way so I'm not... Wasn't quite sure what was going on there. Alright. I don't really want to get screwed with hail, but God damn it, there's just no good way to do this. I think we made the right decision leaving the farther east one. I think that was the right decision. Let me switch to the Fort Smith radar. The Tulsa radar shows this best, I think. What's velocity like? Nothing? Not really. Yeah, if we shoot down one of those little squiggly roads, we can make it. It's not a bad looking storm. Kind of. I would much rather this be somewhere else, like Texas. Let me bring up the Facebook stream. Crap for service right here, though. I feel like I should be coming up on a turn. Potentially. Oh, look, a view. We can see. Alright, Facebook should be coming up in just a second here. Toggled it on. We might want to stop for a moment. Or do we just want to send it? Oh boy. What's that town down there? Lincoln? We might... I need to pull off and do a... No. That's... shit. I was going to pull off over there, but there's a bunch of trees back there you can't see. What's drive time down there? I hope it's not far, because we can shoot through there before the hail. 6 hours and 24 minutes. That's definitely the wrong Lincoln. Lincoln, Arkansas. That's Lincoln, Nebraska. Let me go. 30 minutes to go 12 miles? What? Oh, 23 miles. Okay, that makes a little more sense. But whatever.
Continue on US 412 West for 1.5 miles.
Oh boy. Let's see. Trying to watch the radar loop out of the corner of my eye, but let's see. This thing's like moving straight east. Westville. I wonder if I can get to Westville faster. If anybody's looking at Radar Omega, you probably see what I'm trying to do with that road. Westville? That's not Oklahoma. Is it Oklahoma? Yeah, it is. I can get to Westville a little quicker. Let's go to Westville.
Your route may be affected by severe thunderstorm warning.
Let's go to Westville. We should beat the hail core, right? I hope. Find out. Great. Alright, so this is Siloam Springs, Arkansas, barely. I mean, it's gonna be freaking Tennessee, or not Tennessee, Jesus, Oklahoma here shortly. Thanks for your super chats, folks. I think this is gonna be the storm of the day. It just is really irritating that it's like kind of a little cluster and it's really crowded, so we're not going to end up with a nice clean storm. We're going to have to like fight our way to get a view of anything. But once we get down there to Westville, we have an east route. I think it's at Highway 62, so we'll be able to get back over here without having to drive, you know, some weird detour route. So we'll be pretty well set here shortly. So, but I'm starting to wonder if this thing's going to have tornado potential soon. If you look at velocity, there is some greens and reds coming together. They're not particularly strong, which is our inflow and outflow winds. And honestly, hold on, is that side lobed? No. I think it's partially contaminated, but regardless, in that inflow region, there might be a little bit of mixing starting to happen. So this storm's not really like rotating strongly, but I think it's starting to get to the point where it's showing some signs that it's going to try to maybe make use of the wind shear, the wind direction shear that we have. Good news is I don't foresee this going all night. I think this event is going to be well over by 10 p.m., maybe even sooner. Which is kind of the opposite of like a Dixie Alley event. You know, if we're down in Louisiana, Mississippi, and stuff like that, even Tennessee sometimes with these storms. In the forested areas, a lot of times you don't see the storms actually do anything until it gets dark out, and then it's tornadoes all night. Sucks, but we I kind of compared this to like a Dixie Alley event earlier, and it really isn't. If this severe weather event was 100 miles west, we'd be talking about perfect chasing terrain. It's just this terrain here reminds me a little bit of Dixie Alley. Some people consider this Dixie Alley. It's not. It's just terrible is all it like. It's shit terrain alley is what it is. It's crap, and it's a pretty place, and there's a lot of nice things here, yes, but if you look at it from a storm observation standpoint, being able to visually observe storms, it sucks. Which, whatever. It gets worse farther east. I was actually hoping that this activity was going to be a little farther north toward Joplin, not because we want tornadoes to go somewhere else or anything. It's just I was hoping that it was because when you go like 45 minutes north of here, the terrain really flattens out and it opens up. It's much more forgiving for what we're trying to do here. So we're going to have to go get downpoured on by this thing. But like I said, that hail core should be back off to the west, I think. This guy's trying to like get me to move up farther. I can't. Like, I'm going to hit the car. What do you... Jesus Christ. I hate when people do that. Like, buddy, I'm not moving up any farther than I am. I'm on this guy's ass. Like, I'm sorry that your turn lane is blocked. This guy is, like, flipping me off from the passenger seat. Like, okay. Like, there's literally... You guys see this? It's a car. It's a freaking car. God dang, what do you want me to do? Just push him out of the way? God dang, some people's kids. Alright, so we turn left at this light. Oh, not there. Right up here. Not there, but here. Wrong turn lane.
Turn left onto US 59 South, S Highway 59.
Yeah, we do have our tornado watch in effect. I mentioned that, but a lot of people have joined since. You really need to particularly be watching out if you're in northwest Arkansas, I think. That's probably where we're going to see it. If we're, like, I'm not saying we're going to see a strong damaging tornado, but I think if we're going to see a strong tornado, it's going to be probably somewheres up here. Probably not in Oklahoma, but it is possible maybe it could be Oklahoma. This thing's got like a little like, I don't know if I would call that an inflow merger, but it's got a little storm to its south that it's going to interact with here. Is that a merger? Maybe. It might be. So we're going to go get buried in the rain here for about 15 minutes trying to sort ourselves out a better position. But if this thing produces a tornado, we're going to be able to pop out of the rain at the right time. So don't get discouraged that we're losing our view, because we'll get it back when we need it. We just got to drop south. We only got 15 miles to Westville, and once we're at Westville, we can do whatever we need to do. It is warned for 2-inch hail now. Let me see where that hail's at. Back off to the west a ways. As long as we get moving, I think we're okay. Just as long as we keep moving. We got a 4-lane, so pretty much should be able to just open it up and move. I'm really surprised that they've got that warned for 2-inch hail, though. It seems a little big.
Sunny with a temperature of 70. Temperature of 94.
Might have some signal issues in the rain here, so we're going to lose our satellite. I haven't looked at velocity. I guess I probably should. I mean, it's been a minute. Hold on here. I got to get this off of Starlink. And I also need you guys to get focused here. Alright, that should be better. Unfortunately, I think we lose our 4-lane. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, we do. Son of a gun. Yeah, we do. Well, I don't know if we do or not, because this guy just like merged over into my lane. I don't know if his lane ends or if he's just being weird. He's turning or something, you know. I was trying to pass him, but that's okay. I guess he didn't want us to pass him. It's fine, we'll just pass him on the right. Not that big of a deal. Stay out of that puddle, it really bogs the truck down with these big tires.
Central Daylight Time. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen, with isolated areas between 4 and 5 inches in southeast Carroll County. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Garyville, Eureka Springs, Green Forest, Gateway, Beaver, Grandview, Urbanette, Forum, Clifty, Whistle Springs State Park, Marble, Rule, Rudd, Hobbs State Park, Osage, War Eagle, Carrollton, Rockhouse, Cadnell, Battalion, Turnaround, Don't Drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has extended the flash flood warning for central Benton.
Alright, so we gotta fly through here because we're gonna be cutting it a little bit close to the hail core, but not terrible. If something happens and the hail core really expands to the east, we'll just have to turn around and go north and then cut across somewhere else, but I think we're okay. But we've got a good escape route. Like if the hail looks like it's gonna get gnarly, all we gotta do is just turn around and we'll be getting out of it by going north. But this is just a giant blob right now. I mean, it's like an embedded supercell kind of almost within a giant blob. Not exactly like super enthused about the potential of this storm at the moment, which is probably a good thing since it's going to be coming into town here. Put a severe thunderstorm watch out way down to the south for like the south, like well south of I-40 all the way down there to north of Dallas. That's for like the southern part of this where there's, you know, hail and wind possible, but not really so much tornadoes, you know. This thing's moving about 30 miles per hour. A lot of water on this road though. Don't want to hydroplane into the freaking weeds over there. That's why I'm sitting in the left lane. There's a lot less water over here. Gotta get past. We do need to get past this school bus though, because if he starts making stops, we're gonna be in trouble with the hail. So We have got to get by this guy. It's hard to pass him when he's neck and neck with another car in the left lane, though. Kind of wish he would not sit in the left lane and kiss this guy next to him, you know? Come on. You get by him and go, dude. Go. Alright, we're just going to go by him on the right. I know it's frowned upon, but we got to... I don't know if he's moving over. We're good. For his own sake, he's going to want to get moving too, so maybe he'll get the hint. Oh, it's not even a school bus. It's like a college bus. They don't care. Got about 4 miles, guys. We're almost to that east-west road. That's what we need. Might have a wall cloud over there, a bit of a lowering. You're about to see it. Right over there in the middle behind the tree. Might be a little bit of a wall cloud. Maybe. Hard to tell. Hail core is going to be off that way. I think we're okay. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, entries. Locations that are near the path include Cat, Barnes, Reading, Turner's Bend, Wheatlula, and Paradise. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern and west central Arkansas. The current time is 3:30. $2.49 for gas. Well, I tell you what, people, if I had time, I'd be stopping for gas. Son of a gun. It's much cheaper than it was up north there. Apologize for the water on the lens, but we got a massive lowering here, like lowered base. It's not necessarily a wall cloud, there's just a big base right there. Big updraft base. It's hard to tell with the water on the lens, so it's, use your imagination, fill in the blanks, I guess. Right, this is 62, so we gotta go. So no more fiddling around here. We gotta go. The hail is close. And of course we're gonna be stuck behind, it looks like one hell of a junker hoopty Chevrolet and a Honda Civic missing half of its front end. So you know we're not moving quick. So if we have to, I'll pull into a gas station or a car wash and shelter, but I really don't want to because that would screw up the chase. We need to go, and I just hope that these folks get the memo. Because let me tell you, for their own sake, even though their cars are pretty wrecked out here, they're going to want to get moving. Oh, that cop needs to pull him over. He nearly smoked that cop. And of course he's not gonna. He should have. sorry about the water on the lens, guys. It's raining. I can't do a whole lot about it right now. It'll come off in a second. It's a hydrophobic lens. I'll spin it around a little bit, guys, and the wind will blow it off as we're driving. Just give me a sec. But we got to go here. I don't know what we're doing. This is getting stupid here. It's 25. No, it's 35, and we're doing 19. There's nobody ahead of this guy. I'm not sure what he's doing. Hopefully we get past this shortly. Oh, for Christ's sakes, buddy. We gotta go. I don't really think there's much of a tornado risk right now with this, though. Honestly. I don't see a whole lot that makes me think there is. Strong winds. They'll probably continue this warning into the onto the Arkansas side here shortly. We're gonna be crossing back into Arkansas before you know it here.
In 1,000 feet, turn right on US 62 East Williams Avenue.
Well, we've done like 10 under the speed limit this whole way, so we gotta get. I don't know if this guy's paranoid or what, but we gotta. I might have to. If he goes the same way, I know it's frowned upon, but we might have to go by him anyway because this is a little bit goofy here.
At the stop sign, turn right onto US 62 East Williams Avenue.
If I gotta go around him at a red light, I'll go around him because there gets to be a point where you're kind of just impeding traffic, you know.
US 62 East for 10 miles.
All right, we should be able to pass up here, it looks like. I don't know if it's going to be a legal pass or an illegal pass, but we should have the opportunity to pass, so I think we're okay. But sometimes we got to do what we got to do here to not get hosed. I think eventually we're going to want to get back over to damn I-29 again, though. Oh wow, look at that. Not a bad view. It's not terrible. At least we can see something. It's a pretty good road here to take to actually chase on, it looks like. This guy's finally getting going again here. I'm watching this little storm out ahead of us that's merging up into this one. I don't know if that's going to complicate our process here or not. I'm not sure. It's anybody's guess what's going to happen at this point, I tell you. The part out ahead of us is not warned, unless that's what's coming out right now, which it might be. And we're crossing into Arkansas right now, by the way, too.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Franklin County and west central Arkansas until 6:45 p.m.
And yeah, they did just issue a warning for here too. Possible tornado. They brought the hail down to 1.25, which is pretty common, folks, because these storms are clustering together, so the updraft is probably less capable of that really big hail. So that's good news for us. That means we can work with it a little bit here and be in more close proximity and not have to worry about vehicle or equipment damage. So they just sent out the severe thunderstorm warning, or the flash flood warning, so they should be coming out with the severe thunderstorm warning on the radio here in a second. Somebody's got to tell me that's my stop sign. It's not. The wind's just got it like bent over. It's the other cross traffic stop sign. God, that lens up there got dirty, didn't it? I vaguely remember being on this road, I think, back in 2023.
Rock Creek, South Fork, White Oak Creek, west of Fleming Creek, Shot Branch, east Fort Barron Creek, Mountain Creek, Terrace Creek, Mulberry River, Briar Branch, and Indian Creek. Turn around, north drown when encountering a flooded road. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:44 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located over Westville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in or near the path include Walnut Grove, Westville, Woolsey, West Fork, Elkins, Cincinnati, Savoy, Tontitown, Marietta, Ballard, Rhea, Weddington, Cahill, Marl, Lincoln, Wheeler, Barron, Sonora, Yola, Springdale. This includes Interstate 49 between mile markers 48 and 74. Alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Arkansas and northeastern Oklahoma.
Kind of lost visual. We're going through this little like storm that's trying to merge into this one. I'm telling you right now, folks, this is just a big blob. I don't think there's a lot of tornado potential in the short term. Maybe there is, but I think it's going to be a little while, folks. The storm needs to sort itself out. Visibility is going to hell here. Signal will get a little bit better up here too, by the way. We don't really have satellite connection because of the heavy rain, but I do know, speaking from experience, that cell phone signal gets better up here. But they do have tornado possible on the severe thunderstorm warning, which doesn't, you know, it means that, you know, it doesn't meet the criteria for a tornado warning, but, you know, it means that it could potentially meet the criteria for a tornado warning later on, with little warning. So it's a step, you know, it's not a tornado warning by any means, but it's definitely a way the National Weather Service is trying to tell everybody that, you know, it's probably not going to produce a tornado right now, but it might soon. So, do that flash flood warning off to our north as well. So there is a potential there could be some flooding issues as well. There was quite a bit of heavy rain that came through here earlier, and now we've obviously got heavy rain coming through again, which may cause flooding. You can probably tell there in the bottom right of the screen there, the ditch is starting to overflow with water a little bit. Not bad, but the terrain out here, all these hills, can sometimes cause some localized flash flooding just because of all the runoff. You know, all the runoff from up on the hill has to go somewhere, so down in the valleys you can get that. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a visual on this again, but like I said, this thing is kind of a big wet blob right now. Like, there's not a whole lot to look at with it. It's a mess. I think that this thing will potentially sort itself out, and we might end up with like a large embedded supercell with a big rain blob around it.
Outdoors will be injured. Expect shell damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in and near the path include Walnut Grove, Westfield, Wolby, West Fork.
I almost wonder if we need to just drop south and get away from it and let it reorganize and then come back up to it.
Service in Tulsa has issued a flash flood warning for southern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, southern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, east central Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, central Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Fayetteville, Stilwell, Prairie Grove, Elkins, West Fort, Lincoln, Westville, Greenland, Windsor, St. Paul, Blacksburg, Stickler, Devil's Den State Park, Brentwood, Barron, Adair State Park, Marietta, Jackson, Christie, Proctor. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings.
Alright, so they're just extending or issuing more flash flood warnings, which, I mean, makes sense if you look at the amount of rain that's coming down. And, you know, of course, also the fact that we've had plenty of rainfall already, so. We gotta get going though. My goodness, this guy is just this whole way. Might have to go over there toward West Fork. It's about 20 minutes east of here. It's kind of our only option, honestly, folks. Just keep going east and we're eventually going to get out of this blob. Probably drop south somewhere along the way. That would probably help. Quit bitching about how fast the guy's going. You're clearly doing like 70. Okay, dumbass. There you go. There you go, speed, top right. Oh, you might, or top left, you might not be able to see it, but I'm definitely not doing 70. So, you're gonna come in here and be like that. Get your facts right. Just remember, folks, when you're gonna be a jerk, you gotta at least be accurate. Just past the turnoff for 35. For 45, whatever the hell that was. 35, 45, I don't know. We could have taken it, but I think that would have just been taking us longer to get around. We've got to get moving though, so I think we get a passing lane up here soon by the looks of it. That's part of the reason the camera is so blurry. It's because of the spray from this guy's tires, so. That's kind of why I want to get around him here, so we can just not be behind somebody. And have a clearer view, you know? Better stream, so. I think we get a passing lane, because the other lane's got one, so I imagine we get one here, so that'll take care of that problem real quick. Random cop just sitting here with their lights on. Okay, that's cool. It's not good, dude. You're slowing people down and there's hail coming. We gotta go. I hope they know there's hail coming, or he ain't gonna be too happy. Oh my goodness, what the F is going on? Now we're stopping. What the frick is going on here? What? Come on, folks. What is going on? You gotta be kidding me. Probably a turtle in the road. I have no idea what's going on. The truck and trailer in front of us has just stopped. I don't know if there's a car in front of them or not, but like there's hail coming, folks. Everybody's insurance would like us to proceed, so we probably need to proceed. Oncoming, I don't think it's a wreck. Oncoming traffic is moving just fine. So I don't know if somebody just got lost and stopped or what. At least we're getting going again here. Good Lord, man. Everything's against us today. I think our tornado threat is really, really minimal at the moment, guys. For the time being. Now that might change. You know, don't think I'm saying the tornado threat is going to be zero, but I think at the moment it's kind of died down. Hell, I would almost argue that the flooding threat is more concerning. We might end up with some floods pretty quick here at this rate. My God, it's just dumping out here, guys. Kind of ridiculous. Coming into Prairie Grove. And almost stopped again. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Now we're going again. This is good. It's a good sign. We're moving. I don't really see any other target to go after either. I think we just got to get up ahead and then drop south. Oh, that's the first lightning I've seen all day. All right, it wants us to turn up here. Go down this zigzag road. Let's do that. You know why today isn't very eventful? It's because I showed up. If I wouldn't have showed up, then there probably would be like the coolest tornado you've ever seen. Guaranteed, almost. It's because I'm here. I just chase the stuff away. All right, folks, well, the good news is we're moving on this road, so we are good to go now. We're not really missing any structure either, I don't think. Now, this would not be a good road to be on. Like, with an actual tornado problem nearby, because you can't see squat, it's just all trees. Barely go fast on, I mean, you can barely do the speed limit on this road. Not a good road to storm chase on, do not recommend it. That ditch on the left is overflowing, but I think it's raining so hard you guys can't see through the damn raindrops to tell. We're gonna see some flooding problems, guys. That's for sure. These drainage ditches are all overflowing already, and it's not done raining, so not a good sign. couple miles here, we get to Highway 265, which I'm assuming is better than this. 2.5 miles, no, 2.1 miles, so we're almost there.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Alright, now we're getting some signal again. Maybe not. Man, well this has been quite the frickin' washing machine cycle here. Coming up on that road here. Hopefully it's better than this. I don't think it can be much worse. Alright, this takes us toward town, and I'm hoping it's a better road. If it's not, well, sorry. Folks, we're almost there. Thank God.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Wow, this road sucks. Holy crap. Really makes you realize that we take the tornado alley in the plains for granted. Like, wow, this sucks. Imagine doing this all year. Gross. Like, I'm sorry, I can't even see the sky through all the rain. I don't know where the cloud is. I don't know where the tornado is. Hell, I can't even see the road through the rain. Like, good God, this sucks. Every year when we get into terrain like this for the first time, I get reminded why I kind of hate this. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect. Sorry about the signal. But we're almost to West Fork, which means we're almost to the interstate, which means we're almost to civilization, I hope. We can get out of this spaghetti noodle road. Man, this sucked. That was terrible. Not gonna lie, I didn't enjoy a single bit of that at all. That was awful. I hated every bit of that. All right, cool. All right, we need to get to I-29, so I gotta go left.
Central Daylight Time. At 4:19 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 2 miles northwest of Aurora to 6 miles east of Adara State Park, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations in or near the path include Wesley, Wolvie, Elkins, Aurora, Winslow, Combs,
Oh, this is
Odell,
much better.
Mount Taylor, Lincoln, Georgetown, Boston, Jutton, Natural Dam, Devil's Den State Park, Brentwood, Strickler, Delaney, Marble, Arnett, Brashears. This includes Interstate 49 between mile markers 35 and 58. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern and west central Arkansas. The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a flash flood warning for southern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, southern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, central Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, central Ohio County in northeastern Oklahoma, until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Central radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the Warren Valley.
Alright, so the plan, hold on, I'm going to put this in noise cancellation. Okay, so the plan is to go south on 49, get south of this thing, which we should be able to do in about 5 to 10 miles, and get a visual on it and see what it looks like. And then we can go from there once we take a look at it. There are some storms going up northwest of Tulsa. If this is garbage, I'm going to want to get out of here and probably go that way. So there's if those Tulsa storms take off, I might want to head up there and take a look at them. So we might actually end up with a different target area here, believe it or not, shortly, which would be all right. How fast are you going? 51 miles an hour. That's how slow that car was going. It was doing like 30. You know, I'm definitely against people that put their stupid four-way flashers on in the rain for no reason because it just blinds people. But if you're going to be doing like 40 miles per hour under the speed limit, I think you should put them on because you are a hazard. Like, I understand it's the rain and people are going slow, but you know, I think it's reasonable to expect people to be doing maybe 15, 20 under the speed limit, not less than half the speed limit. So yeah, I think you should put your blinkers on when you're creating a hazard. If you're going a little bit slow, I don't think so, but when you're doing less than half the speed limit, I don't care if it's raining or not. I think you need to have them on to indicate that, yeah, you're barely moving. Because just because one car has to go very slow, somebody basically made a nasty comment about me passing that car. That I deleted, but basically, folks, what it comes down to is some of these cars might have bald tires on them and they can't go more than 20 miles an hour. I don't have bald tires and I also weigh like 6,000 pounds. So, or 5,500 pounds, 6,000 pounds, whatever it is. So I don't hydroplane like a lot of these cars do. I got kind of crucified for that the other day too. Passed another live streamer and the internet freaked out. It's like, you got to remember, folks, when I pass a live streamer driving a freaking like Subaru or whatever the hell they are, that car weighs like a third of what my truck does, and I've got probably better tires. Like, you have a heavy vehicle, it's less susceptible to hydroplaning, so that's the advantage of driving a heavier vehicle, and I notice it. Like my Explorer, that thing wants to hydroplane all the time. I can barely go above 45 in the rain, but this thing, I mean, it doesn't even bother it. Even with these wide tires on, like it doesn't even matter. So I just wanted to address that really rude comment with a little bit of science, you know, kind of, maybe not science, but more so reasoning, because the heavier the vehicle, the less likely it is to float. Yeah, I see that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. I'm going south on the interstate right now, but I was trying to get a look at these visually and then maybe turn around, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to outrun them or not, so I may be turning around. I mean, because honestly, that stuff's on my way home, because I'm about done with this. This is a blob.
I honestly kind of support the idea of just turning around and going, because, yeah, this is clustering rocky boundaries, sailing south, so I think anything in this area is pretty much gone. But there's that stuff up to the northwest, or north or west, I guess, would be maybe interesting if it can mature, so I'm just kind of watching.
Yeah, I mean, even the flood threat I'm not super concerned on with this, because it's moving at a good clip. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be localized flooding, but it's not going to be a crazy event here, so I'm sure it'll spit out a tornado somewhere down the line, but I'm kind of really leaning toward turning around here as soon as I can see an exit. I think I'm actually almost out of this, but this is just, this looked really good at first, but it just turned into a blob, and it's just, it's not, it's just all upscale. Like there's no embedded supercell or anything to any of this.
Yeah, agreed. I was concerned about this kind of failed mode, but as soon as I saw it, it free slate, so yeah, I would support that if you decide to turn around.
I found an exit. I am turning around. I'm an hour and 45 minutes away from Pryor Creek, which is kind of a little bit northeast of Tulsa on the east side of I-44. But I'm going to go up 29 and we'll get a look at this stuff, because I do see those like 3 little storms going up. And I assume if they make it, then they'll probably be persistent for a little while, so we should be all right.
Yeah, I agree there. It should at least be maybe structure if we're lucky. I think they're firing at a pretty decent time, so this was the second round I wasn't sure about. I think they might be in a decent environment. It just depends if they can get mature or not, so I'll be monitoring that.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I'm watching that one that's just west of Fort Smith too, but I think that's about to just be a blob. So yeah, I just turned around. I'm writing this off for now.
Copy that.
Yeah, we're gonna go north and go back to that other target area I mentioned, guys. This is a blob right now. It's just a blob. Like I don't even know what to call this other than just a blob. Like, we've got a chance. It's not a robust chance, but it's a chance that we may be able to see something on that other target area. There is that little cell down there to the southwest. I'm watching that. I mean, we may turn around again if that takes off, but I don't think it's going to take off. I think it's going to struggle just like these ones are. It's going to turn into a blob. So we're just going to punch through this. It shouldn't take too long. And go back to the other target area. And have probably better chances, I think. So I do actually have to be a little bit more careful in the rain than I normally am because these big, wide, empty tires like the hydroplane. I haven't had that happen yet, but if you hit a deep puddle of water really fast, they just float. So, but this truck is not made for going fast at all. So, really don't have that problem. But I mean, hell, I'm only doing 55 right now, and if we can do 55 through this in the left lane and not have traffic, we're going to be through this pretty quick. Be able to take a look at that other stuff. I think that other stuff up by Tulsa does have a shot. Maybe not really at being anything crazy, but maybe a nice looking supercell or two. Because this right here, right now, this is garbage, guys. I mean, it's just a blob. I know everybody wants to see a tornado and a storm and all that, but I'm telling you, based on like what I'm seeing right now, and based on doing this many times, I really don't think that sticking with that stuff is the best idea. I'm sure somebody could probably argue me and talk me out of it, but I'm pretty much with that opinion right now and sticking with it. Unless that stuff down there to the southwest actually takes off. And they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning on the storm north of Fort Smith that we were almost on. And no tornado possible on it or anything like that. So I think this is just kind of blobbing out. So.
That's from the Salasol, isn't it? Half bad. It's just I have zero faith in it surviving after an outflow boundary goes under it. It's just going to be like that, I think. I'd be shocked if it can latch.
Is that the one down there by Fort Smith?
Yeah, I think they have a special weather state going right now. It just did a left split. And the right mover is starting to look a little better, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to last.
Yeah, I zoomed out. I'm looking at it now. I mean, that was the one I was eyeballing, but I thought it was just going to turn into a blob. It depends if that one out in front of it merges into it or not. I don't know. I'll watch it. I mean, maybe I'll turn around again, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence in any of that stuff either, because that's how all this stuff started out like 2 hours ago. It looked really good, and then it was like a blob.
Yeah, it just keeps reinforcing the outflow boundary and sending it south. So, like, I bet there's stability concerns too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that one's probably just big. But, yeah, my gut feeling is still saying west. It's just if those mature or not, which they seem to take their time.
Yeah, I'm probably driving home also because I know some of the spaghetti models are not super optimistic with 94, but some of the weird AI models are really hardcore with it. They've been better than the other ones this year, so I'm kind of in that mode where I'm not even here because I want to be here. I'm just kind of here because of the 10 hatch. I'll be honest with you, right before they issued that 10 hatch, I was about to pull over, turn around, and go home, but then they issued the 10 hatch, so I kept driving.
Honestly, don't blame you. Yeah, it's not every day you get a September 10 hatch, so you kind of got to be there for that, but yeah, I'm not convinced with this 94L. It looks okay. AI models will definitely have my attention. I think my train of thought is like, at the very least, we're probably going to see some kind of East Coast impact, so it just might as well be there. Even if it's recurves, it's still going to get really close to the East Coast, I think. So I think it's a good one. So yeah, I want to see how the models handle that once we get a level center.
Got our turn coming up. gonna have to go through one of those freaking squiggly roads again, but at least it won't be dumping rain. Actually, no, we're not coming up on our turn. We want to go straight. I don't know why it was taking me that way. I was trying to avoid a toll, I think. But it's actually shorter to go straight and just blast up through this rain here. So let's do that. I don't know. I wish I could start a poll because I almost wonder if we're going to be turning around again. Oh boy.
Yeah, that storm by Tulsa looks to be actually persisting and looking a bit better. So yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to suggest.
Yeah, it looks like GPS takes me up to that 412 and then I just go west. So, and that's not a bad road either. So we should have like visibility.
Yeah, sounds good. Hope to have some structure or something.
That's actually not a bad view right there. Well, we're on our way to what I think are probably better storms, so that's cool. But thanks for joining so far. It's been nothing but driving in the rain, but that's okay. We were due for that. Yeah, that stuff over there by Tulsa is the new target area. For sure. Yeah, we're gonna go up through Fayetteville and then go west, I think. I mean, we could stay and screw around with the flooding, but I don't think it's gonna be anything severe. I mean, I think we're gonna get some flooding from this, but I don't think we're looking at like majorly impactful flooding, you know. And I need to get repositioned for this potential tropical system also. I know it's a week away, but you got to remember, a day and a half for me to get home, a day and a half for me to get ready, that's 3 days, 2 days to get out there, that's 5 days, deploy 3 days before the storm. Look at that. There goes your week to 7 days, or your 7 to 9 days right there. So that's why I gotta go. We should have some aircraft reconnaissance data tomorrow. That's what I saw. So that'll help us out a lot with the forecast models. Now I'm looking forward to getting the hell out of this construction. Well, Storm by Tulsa is trying to take off. It's got a special weather statement on it, so things are looking up. We're looking at potentially might salvage the chase here. Wouldn't that be something if this target actually produced something interesting and the 10% busted? Really weak rainbow over there to the right. very dull rainbow. But it's there, it counts. You know what? If nothing else happens, which I think something will, but if nothing else happens, this is going to go down in the books as the shittiest storm chase I've had in months. I drove 8 hours and 15 minutes to get down here. To take a detour through the trees in the blinding rain. Like, that really sucks. I got to the hotel at about 1:15 last night. It wasn't too bad. I think I left at 10 this morning. So it really wasn't at all. I got really sick of driving once I hit Kansas City, though. So I stayed just south of there. So I didn't want to stay in Kansas City because I didn't want to get, like, bugged or something. Yeah, exactly. Surprise, surprise, a 10% enhanced tornado risk that doesn't pan out in 2025. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess it's a good thing, but holy smokes. We don't have a very good track record here, do we? I'm actually surprised. I thought that today was actually going to produce. Like, I thought this was going to pan out to be a hell of a chase. So, last night it didn't look super great. This morning it looked a little better, but not much. But when I was sitting at the damn pilot getting gas like 20 minutes before the stream, I was looking at it. It's like, well, shit, this don't look half bad. Well, I was wrong. Yeah, if you guys turn your attention to the Tulsa storms, they're not anything to write home about, but shit, guys, they're a hell of a lot better than what we had, so let's go take a look. Might be the last storms that we see in the state of Oklahoma until spring. I doubt it, but not the last storm in Oklahoma until spring, but maybe the last one that we see. It's possible. I mean, in October, usually we end up in Oklahoma a few times. Sometimes, believe it or not, folks, we'll actually end up in Oklahoma sometimes in November. I've been in Oklahoma in January before, even, for these really weird, like, wintertime setups that are very rare. But we're really counting down our days here until we're really kind of done out here until spring. You know? We might even be close to getting done to being, you know, just west of I-35 in general until spring. I mean, I'm sure we'll have some more high plains days. But I honestly think that we're starting to be a little bit numbered here. Come on, dude. Dude, I've had my blinker on for what, a quarter mile? Or a freaking like a minute? What the F? Come on. Jesus Christ. Not this guy, the guy behind me that like cut me off. What the hell is your problem? I'm gonna give him the what the fuck arm too. There. I didn't flip him off, but I gave him the WTF are you doing arm. You know, the arm out the window with your hand in the air and like your hand up, like what the hell's your problem? God dang. He's probably late to his anger management appointment. Shoot, I gotta get all the way over.
Take exit 72.
I think this is where up here by where I started. I think it was at this exit.
In a quarter mile,
I think.
turn left on the US 412
Yep, I was up here at this pilot up here to the left. Alright, I've officially made a full circle. Blew about a quarter of a tank of gas doing it too. We made a full circle. And came back with nothing.
At the light, turn left on the US 412 West.
Well, alright, let's try this again. New target area. It's almost like a whole new stream now.
Continue on US 412 West for 31 miles.
It's just a straight shot out there now. Get through town here. So far, I give today a solid 2 out of 10. Pretty much any day where you show up and there's at least like some sort of cloud gets at least a 2. So I'll give today at least a 2 out of 10. Maybe we can make it better, but right now this is definitely a... If I were to rank the like top 5 lame storm chases of the year, this one is in the top 5. 100%. is in the top 5 for the top 5 lame storm chases of the year. This one right here. And so this probably looks familiar because this is the exact road we were on when we started the live stream. Alright, we gotta get through this like rogue rain shower that I didn't expect. And here we are slowing down and probably stopping for a green light. You gotta love that. Oh, now it's red. Awesome. Awesome. Man, we're doing great today, aren't we? Yeah, this little storm up by Tulsa, it don't look terrible. It really don't. We'll probably end up catching it over there by like Muskogee. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of eastern Oklahoma. It's not very good chasing terrain, but compared to what we had over here, it's way better. Like, it's way better. So, I'm a little bit more optimistic going this route. So. I'm not a huge fan, though, like I said, just hell, the last time, I don't even remember the last time I chased like eastern Oklahoma. Southeastern Oklahoma isn't terrible. That like county that's, I think it's McCurtain County, that far southeastern Oklahoma county, that's really rough terrain. But like southeast Oklahoma in general isn't that bad. But I really have a difficult time with like areas east of Tulsa just in general. Like, but it's significantly better than what we just went through, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, still a night and day difference. Very welcomed upgrade to chasing terrain. But this is one of those days where, you know, sometimes we'll see these severe weather events where they struggle for a very long time, and then later on in the day, they actually get it together. But I don't think this is that day. I think that severe weather event in Arkansas, I think it's doomed. I really think it's doomed. So it's a good thing we're dumping it. I could be wrong, but I'm really, really glad I dumped it. What the fuck? Oh my god, that guy nearly hit me. Did you guys? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. There was a blue car that pulled out of that damn driveway, and I don't think he realized that I'm in this lane, and he came right into the turn lane, and he started going straight out of the turn lane. Not the one that was already sitting there, but the other one. Holy shit. God damn, where's a cop when you need one? Like, he wasn't even looking. He was looking, like, I made eye contact. Well, didn't technically, but I saw his face, and he was looking to the left and just drive. Like, you can't drive straight across traffic and look to the left when the cars are coming from the right. Holy crap. Jesus. We would have won that battle, too, because we would have T-boned the shit out of him and sent him flying, too. He would have lost that one. His insurance would not have been very happy with him, let's put it that way. I just get so sick of that. Like, don't get me wrong, folks. Like, I know, like, everybody drives distracted to some degree. But, and I'm not picking on the young people, but there's so many of these, like, I honestly think we need to raise the driving age. I'm dead serious. Like, that kid looked like they were in high school. Like, I honest to God think that the driving age needs to be raised. And somebody can argue that that's a bad idea. And I actually would agree that it is a bad idea, but I'm afraid that it might be like a necessary thing at some point, because I've been in a couple of almost accidents recently, and they've all been with really young kids, it seems like. And I don't know if it's just, maybe we just need better driver education. Maybe that's the thing, but god dang. Like, the guy was driving fast forward, watching traffic to the left, but didn't give a crap about anybody coming from right. Good thing though, the car that was over my shoulder in the right lane, he hit the brakes so I could come over, but Jesus. Driving age over here is 16. There's some states that allow 15-year-olds to drive. If it's for like going to school or something, like you can get like I know Iowa does that, where you can drive on your learner's permit if you've got so many like class hours or something with the instructor, but you can only drive to school or something until you're 16. So I know there's some states that do that. In fact, I think there's one or two that it's 14, but don't get me wrong, there's some kids that are fully capable, but I'm just trying to think of like some of the kids I've interacted with lately, and it's like, holy smokes, you can drive. Not saying that all kids drive bad, it's just I feel like we've really got, like, I've just noticed it. And you know, I brought this up the other day, and somebody got snippy with me and was like, well, what makes you the expert on it? Well, the fact that I drive, 130,000 miles a year. I mean, I would argue that I'm probably in like the upper 5% of people that drive this much in America. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got truck drivers that drive a bunch, but like, I think I'm probably in that upper 10 or 5% of the like most miles driven every year. It's just, my insurance sure thinks I am, that's for sure. But I drive a lot and I observe a lot. So it's not me being a jerk like that guy thought the other day. It's just me honestly sharing my observations that, like, there's been a lot more near accidents on the road, and a lot more accidents that I've seen with my own eyes versus like 5 years ago. And I'm not driving more, I'm driving the same, and I'm seeing more of these, and it's making me think that maybe just the driver's education is not as good. I don't know, but you can't really blame the cell phones, because a lot of people are just like, oh, it's the distracted driving. And yeah, okay, that's part of it, but I think some of it is like, I don't know, but I remember it used to be that like driving was kind of like something that got taken seriously. But I think now, because even when I'll even throw myself under the bus, when I was 16, I got my driver's license. I didn't have to parallel park. I didn't have to do it. Like, I literally drove around the block and that was it. I mean, there was like no standard. I'm dead serious. We didn't go over 30 miles an hour. We drove, like, my driver's test lasted like 5 minutes. Like, the lady at the DMV got in, complained that I took too long to put my seatbelt on. I remember that. I'm just like, oh, for shit's sakes, lady, the car's not even in drive yet. But she complained that I didn't put my seatbelt on soon enough, even though I didn't even put the car in gear, but whatever. Well, the first thing you do when you get in the car is put the seatbelt on. No, the first thing I do is turn the damn thing on, but whatever. I didn't know that was a rule, which it's not. But she dinged me for that, but she passed me. I'm not joking. We literally drove around the block and then like drove around another block the other direction, and then we parked, and that was it. I didn't have to demonstrate any sort of knowledge of how to control the 5,000-pound vehicle that I was driving at 80 miles an hour. Like, I just had to demonstrate that I could put my blinker on and put it in gear and put my seatbelt on. That was about it. And I imagine that's probably about what it is these days too now. But I also grew up in a very rural, like, farm community though too. Not where I took the test, but where I grew up, like, everybody was a good driver because they'd been driving tractors since they were like 8. Like, as soon as they turned like 8 or 9, their parents had them either on the lawnmower or on a 4-wheeler or hell, even on a small tractor. Like, dead serious. It's like everybody, like, from that, like, and that's just kind of how it is though too for like these farming communities. Like, it's probably where some of the best drivers come from because they're driving at like 8 years old. And hell, some of them got their freaking 5-year-olds on a lawnmower, which some people would say, oh, it's dangerous. And yeah, maybe it is, but it's one of those things, guys, where it's like, you know what, we can't live our lives wrapped up in bubble wrap, or we're, you know. I mean, I've seen some pretty damn little kids on lawnmowers, but I tell you what, I would trust some of these little kids on a lawnmower before I would trust some of these adults that I've met on a lawnmower. The thing with kids, like little kids, is most of them don't know wrong. Like all they really know is like the right thing, and typically they want to do the right thing. It's just like a child psychology thing, and like usually they just, oh, we're in a dead zone. Oh, we're coming back. I was just saying, it's kind of like a child psychology thing. Like these little kids, like they want to do the right thing. It's like their moral compass hasn't been tainted by society yet. So like, I think that's why they're capable of actually like throwing these little kids on tractors and stuff, because they use their brain. So we're en route to the new target area, guys. I think we got better storms up ahead, so stick with me.
There are police reported ahead.
Dang, I need my sunglasses for this. But you'll notice the terrain is getting much more forgiving as we drive out this way. So, it's still early in the day. There's a lot that could happen. In fact, that line of storms is probably going to be severe all the way to Little Rock. I mean, honestly, we could have dropped south with it, got ahead of it, and just stuck with it, which I wouldn't be against. But it's one of those things where it's like, we've probably got better storms up here. So like, let's just go to the better storms. But that's how these events are. That's why I really don't, like, I'm not a huge fan of winter, because we'll get setups like this in the winter and they just don't, they're over so fast. Like they're there, they go to hell, they turn into a blob, and they're done. You know? That's why I like the spring and the summer and everything, when you can go out in the plains and actually get like quality storm chasing and stuff. Are we in? No, we're not in Oklahoma yet. We will be in like 3 or 4 miles, but I haven't driven in western Arkansas or eastern Oklahoma for months. In fact, I don't know when the last time I drove through like eastern Oklahoma, but I think it might have been back in April. Believe it or not. But that is one of the cool things that we talk, I talk about it a lot, but it's one of the cool things about what I do is I get to see a lot of places. Like this year, usually, sometime in like the middle of April and then again like in the middle of June, I spend like a week in El Reno or Oklahoma City because that's where all the severe weather is. But I really wasn't in Oklahoma much this year. We didn't have that many Oklahoma chases. It really was a very heavily West Texas biased year. Like pretty much everything before June 15th was West Texas or the Texas Panhandle. Everything after that was pretty much North and South Dakota, which is the opposite of last year. We weren't in, I don't think I visited North or South Dakota at all last year, except for that winter storm, Well, no, that was the year before, so I don't know. Maybe that was a year ago. No, that was the year before. Oh, that was almost 2 years ago. Jesus. But yeah, it was really, I think this year was great. I know a lot of people were, god dang frickin' signal, hold on. All right, we're coming back. I was gonna say, I know that, it's been relayed to me in chat where people have been asking me and saying that there's a lot of other streamers and stuff that are talking about how this year was crap, and like everybody's got a right to their opinion. I'm not gonna validate or devalidate other people's opinions, but my opinion to go off of that is I think this year was a great year so far. I mean, it's not over yet. We got 2.5 months yet, but I thought it was great. I mean, I love chasing in West Texas and like the Texas Panhandle. I honestly think it is like the best place to chase. I love it out there. I like being kind of remote. That's why I'm not a huge fan of like Kansas and Oklahoma. Like it's just, oh my God, we're about to have, this is a wreck. Oh, nope, he missed him. He almost wrecked. But I'm not a huge fan of going out there just because it's not, to me, it's really nothing special. It's just very like plain. But West Texas is kind of special, and like a lot of people say, oh, it's not good chasing terrain because of the road network, and yeah, you're partially correct, but it's really not that bad. But the wide open views are great. But like I like having a little bit of terrain. Plus, it's more of an adventure because you're going out there, and like it's, you don't just feel like you drove down the interstate. You feel like you actually went somewhere, and I put more miles on in the state of Texas than any state this year, I'm pretty sure. And so I was very happy with that. And last year, too, even last year, we spent a lot of time in the southern high plains, like that West Texas, so like Fort Stockton all the way up to like Garden City, Kansas, and then out west to out west to like Roswell, like that chunk. We spent a lot of time there last year, and honestly, even the year before that, where everybody was in Clovis like every freaking day, which was a lot of fun because I do like it out there. Like for me, I really don't care about the storms. I mean, I do, but I really don't care about them that much. Like I'm more interested in just like going somewhere different. Like I don't like to be in one spot for more than too terrible long. Unless it's down there, like that's why I was getting real sick of the Dakotas. I just don't like chasing up there. I mean, they're pretty states, good chasing terrain. It's very flat. The roads are good, but I'm just not a big fan up there. But I'm excited for next year because we've got a lot of cool stuff coming. So we're going to be doing like severe weather deployments with the project and everything, and picking like a couple of long weeks and some chunks to actually go out there and really set up a really good deployment and have some groups out there. And I think it's going to be kind of cool, something a little bit different. But I had this discussion with somebody the other night. We were talking about, someone brought up the fact they're like, it kind of sucks because we're kind of in the slow season. A lot of us say that, and I'm one of these people, like there really isn't an off season. There really isn't a quiet season because like there's always something to chase, no matter what month of the year it is. But there's definitely a slower season, which is what we're getting into. But comment was brought up where it's like, it really sucks we're getting into the off season and everything. I'm like, well, yeah, but we've kind of been in the slow season for like a month and a half now, really. And I mean, hell, like I made the comment, I was like, well, shit, guys, it's going to be like New Year's in 2.5 months. I mean, we're like, what, 10 weeks left of the year? I mean, hell, we're going to be in January before you know it, and once you get about the third week of January, you start looking at the calendar, and then you say, holy crap, it's almost March, and as soon as March 15th comes around, you're pretty much in tornado season. So, I mean, we've got basically like one more stepping stone before we look at the calendar and say, holy crap, it's almost peak season again. So, I mean, really, it's going to be spring before you know it. Hell, it's almost, it's going to be Christmas before you know it. And then once it's Christmas, we're going to be saying, oh, God, it's going to be spring before you know it. So the time does go by pretty quick. Because I'm pretty much gone the month of May. Like, I rarely see home in the month of May. So the beginning of the year always goes by really fast really slow for me. For some reason, when I'm out chasing, it goes by very, very slow. Like, I'll be thinking like, oh wow, I've only been out a few days or whatever, and okay, this guy, dude, don't you dare, what the fuck are you doing? I'm sorry, that red car, basic rules of the road aren't that hard, guys. I apologize, but oh my God, come on, man. Like, if you're gonna merge, you gotta get going up to the speed of traffic and merge, not just dick around, whatever. I thought he was gonna pull out into me, but we're gonna end up, I think, with a really good spring because there's not a whole lot of meteorology or climatology that goes into what I'm saying, but we had such a slow fall. I think we're going to have an active spring. The past several years have been that way. Like, we've had a slow fall, and then we've had a pretty extensive spring, but I don't even really look at the peak severe weather season as, like, slow or quiet, though, because some people will be like, oh, it's dead, it's really slow. But even when it's slow, just because you don't have a bunch of like moderate risks and enhanced risks doesn't really mean that it's slow, because honestly, I've had some of my best tornadoes and my best storms on slight risk days, and that was the same for this year. Pretty much most of our chase days were slight risks, and we had some really good chase days. Like, I was really happy with like April and May and June. March was a little bit quiet. We didn't really have a Dixie Alley season, which was weird. I mean, we kind of did, but normally like the end of January, February, and then pretty much all of March, you're very active in Dixie Alley, but we really weren't like that this year. Had a lot of snowstorms. I think that snowstorm that was the Kansas City snowstorm on January like 7th or 5th or 6th or whatever. I think that was probably the highlight of the damn winter part of the season. I think that was a good snowstorm there in St. Joseph. I mean, we just got dumped on. Radar update, folks. The storms in Tulsa, they're not looking super impressive, but they are more organized than the stuff that we gave up on. So we got that going for us here. God, I am glad that we left that line segment. Yeah, we're going to probably go toward Pryor Creek, but we may go north on some other road. But I'm excited. We're going to actually see a damn storm up here before it's dark. It's going to be cutting it close, but... But I actually do like our Dixie Alley season. This is actually a side comment. I actually got an email a couple of days ago. I think it was after the Nebraska storm chase last week. I think that was a week ago, where I was talking about, you know, how we move between the different areas for different seasons, and you know, we referred to it as Dixie Alley. And I received an email, which I really probably need to share with you guys. It was pretty funny. I received an email telling me that I am horribly racist and intolerant for calling it Dixie Alley, because apparently that has something to do with being racist. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but it's been called that since the dawn of storm chasing. So, like, I don't know. Go get checked out. But anyway, must have had too much Tylenol. When that person that complained must have had too much Tylenol when they were younger. That was a joke. If you're keeping up with the news, you know what I'm joking about. But anyway, no, I actually do like chasing down there, because it's usually almost like a little miniature vacation, because usually when there's storms down there, it's cold at home. So I'll leave home, it'll be 20 degrees, and I'll drive down there and it'll be like 80. And it's like, oh, this is nice. The drive home sucks, though. People love to be loud and wrong. Yes, that's correct. Completely agree. Well, we might actually be able to start seeing some upper levels of our storms here pretty soon. Oh my god. Did not expect this today. I did expect this today. That's usually how these days end. There is a marginal risk out tomorrow, but I'm not going to bother with it. It's trash. Very trash. Oh wow, we got a real freaking brodozer coming off here. Wow. Freaking true yank tank right there. Wow. Ah, son of a bitch. We're doing like 20 over. You better not be. Well, somebody's getting pulled over. I don't know which one of us it's going to be. Probably the yank tank. I mean, if I were a cop, I would definitely pull over that sketchy truck for it. Oh, no, I guess he's just going to sit there and eat a sandwich. That's fine. But if I were a cop, I definitely would pull that thing over because it looks sketchy as all hell. No, I called it a yank tank, you know, because, like, I don't know, somebody will be offended by that too, I'm sure. Owner's probably watching. Alright, well, if you use your imagination, you can see the storms ahead of us. We're only like 25, well, let me measure. We're 35 miles away from them, and they're coming toward us, and we're going toward them. So that's good. We're getting there. Wow. Well, I definitely could have, well, and you know, I say this cautiously. I say this cautiously because the day's not over, but man, I definitely could have done without this. I could have sat today out and not felt bad. Let's put it that way. This wants me to get off of, what is this thing trying to get me to do? Oh, this is a turnpike. Awesome, cool. So I can get some more tolls that I'll never pay. Great. I am so sick and tired of toll roads. Like, they're just inconvenient. Like, I don't even care. Well, I do care about the cost. I think they're too expensive, but like, they're just so inconvenient. Like, I don't, like, just get rid of them. Like, god dang. All right, well, we'll just take the toll road because I'm in a hurry.
Continue on US 412 West.
I wonder if I just drive around with the tailgate down, if the toll cameras might not be able to see the license plate then. We should try that. Nothing illegal about it. I don't have a front plate. I gotta tell you this story. So somebody pointed out to me the other day at the gas station. I had everybody with. We're at the gas station and this guy's like, hey. And I'm like, hey. He goes, you need a front plate. And I was like, okay, man, thanks. And I'm trying to pump gas. And he's like, you've got a spot for a front plate. You need a front plate. And I'm like, are you a sheriff's deputy or law enforcement officer or what are you? And he goes, And he points at his truck and he points at his shirt. He goes, I'm roadside assistance. And I'm like, and I mocked him. I went, wow. and I was totally being a jerk. And I don't think he picked up on it because he just kept going. He's like, you're going to get a ticket for that. I got a squad car put on a commission because it didn't have a front plate. And I'm just like, oh yeah, good for you. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah, I'm sure you definitely got the police department grounded for a week because they didn't have a front plate, because like people actually give a crap, you know. They don't. And he was just going off, and I'm just like, all right, well, have a nice day. Like, you can leave now. And I was being like super condescending, and he wouldn't leave. And he just kept telling me I needed a front plate over and over. So I'm like, wow, good for you, man. Yeah, I'm like, you know, you're just doing the Lord's work out there, aren't you? And I don't think it was connecting the dots in his brain that I was being sarcastic. And I think he honestly thought that I was like praising him, but I definitely wasn't. I thought that was really rude. He came up and he was just like telling me how my vehicle is illegal and he's going to call it in and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, awesome. You go ahead and call the police and complain that I don't have a front license plate and tell me how fast you get hung up on. Let me know if they laugh at you before they hang up on you, but they're going to hang up on you. Not sure if they're going to laugh at you first or not, but I couldn't believe that. I'm just like, seriously, like, you're going to go confront somebody because you think that their vehicle needs a front license plate? Like, really? Well, I'm roadside assistance. Cool, man. Awesome. Didn't know they gave you a ticket book for that. God dang. Well, Wisconsin does require a front plate, but I don't run a front plate on it. I haven't had a front license plate on anything for a long time. Nobody's ever said anything. And honestly, I don't think I've ever had a front license plate. Unless I've had my EMS license plates on, just because to have it. But I don't think I've really ever run front license plates, and I've never, even the window tint cop doesn't like, nobody cared. It's one of those things now, folks, like, these like stupid petty violations, like, because of these newer cars, and like cars are like different now, and cars come with factory tint, and some of them don't come with a license plate bracket, and the dealer has to put it on, blah, blah, blah. People really just don't care about these vehicle violations unless you're doing something wrong. Like, these cops really don't care. This isn't, like, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it happens, but you're not out here getting pulled over and bothered for 30 minutes on the side of the road because you didn't have a front plate. If you are, the cop probably needs a reality check, but like, it just, I've been driving around for, what, 12 years? 13 years without front plates, and nobody's cared. I mean, why would you? I mean, like, better stuff to do. I mean, look at the world we live in where there's like legit criminals. Like, there's better things for these guys to do, and they know that. But a lot of states don't give front plates. Some states only give a front plate. Like, if you're in Missouri and you have a truck that's over, I think it's over 6,000 pounds, you only get a front license plate. Or maybe it's 8,000, I don't know. But if you register it, so like the GVWR or whatever is like 8,000 pounds or whatever it is or more, you only get a front license plate. Which is weird, because you'd think you would only get a back, but whatever. But I mean, I got a front license plate, like, with the truck. I don't know where it is. I actually think I threw it in the dumpster, so. So we'll be at those new storms here pretty soon. God, I hope that that there's just something out here. Like, it can't be any worse than what we just left. Yeah, I got pulled over because because of the Starlink on my roof. There was a cop that was trying to be helpful, and he's like, "Hey, you left your laptop on the roof of the car." And I'm like, "No, that's a satellite dish, but thanks." I think it really disappointed him because he was like excited. Like, he came running up and was like, "Hey man, you left your laptop on your roof." And he like reaches up there to go grab it, and he's like, "What?" I'm like, "It's a satellite dish, but thanks for trying." He looked pretty disappointed. Like, it kind of, like, he really thought he was something for noticing that, which, I mean, if it would have been my laptop, I would have been very grateful, but just like the look of disappointment when I'm like, "No, it's a satellite dish. Sorry." Wow, these tires are loud on this road. They're not really that loud, but on this road they sure are. But I think that's off in the distance. That's our storm. I think that's our storm. Oh, here, I know how to make it do something. Here, what should we draw? There, now it's a happy storm. I don't even think there's been a single tornado warning today. I could be wrong, but I really don't think there has been.
Tulsa storms, there's really no convective inhibition on mesoanalysis, and it's an STP of like 1, so theoretically it should be able to tornado.
I would probably guess we'll start getting a visual of it pretty soon here. I'm only about 28-ish miles out from it, I think, so I might be able to start making it out soon.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see like what they're actually gonna do once they fully mature. Just weird that they haven't really organized too much yet. I do kind of like that one up at Claremore. It has a little hook feature on it, but not really any little meso to be seen, so very interesting.
That's kind of the one I'm targeting, I think.
This might be one of those like tornado events that kind of need mergers to get going. So maybe that'll do it. I don't know.
Probably not. I mean, it's a 10 hatch. We're pretty much just screwed. I don't know when the last time we had a 10 hatch was, but I think it was a bust too.
I think you're right. I think 10 hatch means just go home because it never pans out.
Yeah, I don't know when the last 10% hatch tornado risk was, but like I said at the beginning of the stream, it was a long time ago. I know that. I just don't know how long ago. It's probably going on 3 months, though. It wouldn't surprise me. In my opinion, like the summer season this year was very, don't get me wrong, there were lots of tornadoes and stuff, but they were on low probability days. Like, we weren't forecasting a lot of tornadoes or a lot of storms, but we would still get a lot of storms, if that makes sense. Like, the forecasts were a little bit underwhelming, you know. Oh look, there's a license plate reader for the toll that I'm probably not going to pay. Awesome. I have a toll pass, it's just not in here. It's in the other car. I forgot to grab it. It's still early. I mean, it's 5:45, give or take. It's Central Time, so. Oh. I don't know what time it gets dark out here because we're quite a bit farther east than we normally are, so it's probably dark out here by 7:45 now, but so we really don't have that much daylight left, but we're gonna be on this storm. Like, we're gonna be on it in like 20 minutes, I think. So we got a good solid hour and a half before it starts getting dark once we're on this thing. Maybe a little longer. I think we're gonna pass this Brodozer up here. Might go north to Pryor Creek. Catch the storm that's in, it's just a little bit north of Claremore. And you know, this isn't, we're not really going into the best chasing terrain. Like, it's not great. But like I've been saying, it is way better than what we had over there in Arkansas, so. This dude's got like tow mirrors on his, what the hell? That's one way to do it. I am happy though, because this means I'm not going to be stuck out here until midnight, kind of like I was last night, because that was a very boring drive through southeast Nebraska. Like, that was terrible. I came up to a Casey's and I went in there, and there was one piece of pizza. And I'm like, damn, if I don't eat a pizza, like, if I don't eat something now, I am screwed, because nothing's going to be open. And I'm like, okay. So I went to go get a drink, and I'm like, I'll just walk back up there and get the piece of pizza. I go to walk back up there to get the piece of pizza. The guy that worked there behind the counter, as I'm walking up, grabs the only piece of pizza and starts eating it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, come on, man, really? I walked up to the thing, and like, I instantly just looked disappointed, I guess. And he's like, oh, were you gonna take that? And I was like, yeah. I'm like, it's not a big deal, whatever. He's like, I'll make you another one. I'm like, well, how long is that gonna take? And he's like, oh, a couple minutes. And I'm like, well, how long is a couple minutes? So I got like a 3-hour drive. He's like, oh, 9 minutes. And I'm like, okay, I'll wait for it. So then he comes up to me as I'm like standing over there waiting with an entire pizza. And I was like, no, dude, I just need a slice of pizza. Like, I don't want the whole pizza. Like, I just needed the piece of pizza. He's like, oh, it's no big deal. You can have the whole thing. And I said, that's fine, but I'm going in my truck. So like, I really don't need the whole pizza. Like, I just want a piece of the pizza. And he's like, well, I don't know what to do with the rest of it. And I was like, well, are you still hungry? Was your snack not enough? And he was like, oh, well, I mean, and I'm like, well, then why don't you just eat the rest of the pizza? And he's like, well, I don't want to buy it. And like, I'm literally like this. He didn't seem very like bright. And like, I was kind of like screwing around with him a little bit, and I'm like, so you're gonna make me buy the pizza? Oh, I thought you wanted the whole pizza. And I'm like, no, I just wanted the piece. Like, I'm like, just put it. I'm like, I'll take a piece. And then why don't you just like have the rest, or just put the rest in the thing and sell it? He really wanted me to take that whole pizza for some reason. I was like, what the hell am I gonna do with a whole pizza? I'm driving a car. But I was happy I got my pizza, but I was like so disappointed. I'm like, oh hell yeah, like this is great. There's one piece of pizza left. Like, this is fantastic. And then like the guy just grabs the pizza and starts eating it. I'm like, oh my God, really? think we're starting to see the cumulus tower to our storm up ahead. Let me spin you guys around. Pretty sky out here tonight. We have a temperature of I don't know. My car plays in the way of the thermometer. Temperature is 70 something. Yeah, that's real accurate. And GPS just said welcome to Oklahoma, but we've been in Oklahoma for like the past 40 minutes, so I don't know where it's getting that, but we've definitely been here for a good solid half hour, if not longer. I haven't chased this part of the state this year at all. Well, no, I take that back, because there was that day, I know Aiden was out here too, but I don't remember what day it was. He probably does, but we ended up in Arkansas City, which is just east of I-35, and then we came down through, not Ponca City, what the hell's over there? Oh no, we came down, we drove down through Bartlesville. And I don't know where the chase was the next day, but we drove down through Bartlesville like 11 o'clock at night. Stopped at the Casey's on the Kansas side. I think it was up there in Caney. If it wasn't in Caney, it was somewhere around there. And stopped at the Sonic prior to the Casey's, and it was the worst Sonic I'd ever had. So I remember I got dinner at the Casey's because the Sonic was so bad. Like, it was so bad, I'm just like, screw this, I'm just getting Casey's pizza. Oh, there's the base of our storm up ahead, you can see it. This wants to exit me, but I don't think that's a good idea. Let's keep going. Look at that, guys. It's better than anything we've seen today yet, so. I don't know why this is trying to have me exit. That makes no sense to me. It's not terrible looking. It's, I don't know. I'm just taking what we can get. I'm glad everybody's been with us so far. I mean, this has been kind of fun. Still in like the top 5 list of like crappiest storm chases of the year, but I've definitely seen worse. Storm is definitely organizing a little bit here. Stuff in Arkansas still looks like trash. Absolute trash. Cool. Well, we made the right decision then. That makes me happy. New special weather statement on our storm. Basically, just strong winds. About 4 miles here, we go north. That's nice. We got a streak right in the middle of the windshield. Man, that guy was really in a hurry to get around me just to slow down, wasn't he?
In half a mile, turn right onto Oklahoma 412B North. Signs for Mid-America Industrial Park. Turn right onto Oklahoma 412B North.
There was the Yank tank again.
Industrial Park.
I'm not doing what the GPS says. We're gonna go up here to this main road. I don't want to take these little like county roads. That's just asking to get slowed down. Probably like a mile or two is our north road. I think it's 69 or 60 something. That'll give us a nice view. We're up here pretty close to Tulsa now. A little bit, maybe half an hour east of Tulsa. A little bit of structure to it.
In half a mile, use the right lane.
That's it right there.
69 north ramp to Chateau Briar. Use the right lane to take the US 69 north ramp. Continue on US 69 north for 10 miles.
$2.58 for gas. That's better. I mean, I saw way cheaper the other day. Where did I say that I was? Where I got it for $2? Yeah, Salina, Kansas. I got it for $2.29. $2.29. So, I've seen it cheaper, but Oklahoma is typically one of the cheaper states to get it. So is Mississippi. Georgia used to be, but now they're kind of creeping back up again. That place looks like it exploded. The hell kind of Oklahoma crap is going on there? Is this the road that goes to Bartlesville? No, that's the other one. That's 75. Yeah, because if we keep going up the road, you get on 44, and then Veneta's right there. Storm, like, isn't really that impressive looking. And it certainly isn't very impressive on radar, but, like, it hasn't died yet. But it doesn't look terrible. Get up here and hopefully be able to look through the trees and take a look at it. So this truck right here has a Hawaii license plate. I'm not kidding. So can somebody explain to me how the hell, or why the hell, there's a Hawaii license plate on the mainland? Like, would you like ship the car back here? What the heck? I mean, unless they've got it registered in Hawaii for some reason, but like, I don't know, man. That's weird. We just need to get through these dang trees. These damn trees weren't in the way we could see over there. Yeah, we got an opportunity here. Whoa, it don't look that bad. I mean, it looks like crap, but it's not terrible. All right, let's trade these trees for some different trees.
Head west on West 540 Road toward South 430 Road. Continue on West 540 Road for half a mile.
Let's just park right here. No, let's continue forward because, hold on, I'm in some mud. There we go. The bush was in my way. I think we can get away from the bush.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto South 430 Road.
Okay, this ain't terrible here. Just trying to get it so we're not looking through a damn tree. I'll get out and clean that camera lens too. It's pretty bad, isn't it? Hold on, guys. Oh, get in front of this tree. Yeah, something like that.
Turn right onto South 430 Road.
Give me a sec. I gotta clean that off. That should be better. At least a little bit better. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. So there's our storm. How much mud did I get into? Not bad. Yeah. So here's our updraft base right here. It's not bad looking. It looks like it's kind of moving a little bit more south than I thought it was, so we might want to actually go south. Yeah, we might want to go south. Looks like this thing's maybe becoming a little bit linear. Yeah, and radar would confirm that it does appear to be coming a little bit linear now, so. Cool. Great. Go figure. But that's okay. I mean, it's way better. I mean, we could be stuck on that crap in Arkansas. God, I'm so glad we left that. We were just going to get frustrated, I know, if we were down there. Let's drop south. Oh, it's a paved road. Western Oklahoma is definitely better than eastern Oklahoma, but this ain't too bad. Except for that pothole. Jesus. Let me stop here and get a real quick picture. Hold on, I need to stop somewhere where where I can actually get in the ditch without stepping in a mud puddle, which I think is probably here. Oh, Jesus, I about fell backwards into a mud puddle. That would have been bad. That would have been terrible. I would have been pissed. All right, is this a mud puddle? I'm probably about to step in a mud puddle. Oh, nope, we're good. It's dry ground. Looks like the rain's here. That intersection we were just at, it looks like it's dumping. So, it's raining right where we were parked already. Yeah, here it comes.
Interstate 40 runs on between mile markers and 27. Interstate 49 between mile markers 22 and 28. For your protection, move to an exterior room on the lowest floor of the building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern and west central Arkansas.
All right, the rain is here, which means I'm gonna start moving. cows, baby cows. Yeah, this storm's not like anything special, but it's not terrible. Gotta go down here to town to get back on the highway. Actually, over here is more interesting looking. Hold on, let me spin you guys back around. You know, this is the most exciting storm I've seen these 2 days I've been out. And that ain't saying much. But I will gladly take this, because otherwise we would have been going home pretty much empty-handed here. So I will definitely gladly take this over nothing. No, this thing's not severe warned. Honestly, guys, I thought I didn't come up here for out of pity. Like, I honestly thought that this was gonna be a robust thunderstorm. I really thought that this was gonna be something that we were probably gonna have a shot at seeing at least maybe some better structure out of, maybe some big hail. I mean, the tornado risk overall today, I think, is definitely lowered, but I thought we were at least going to see more supercell type activity. But so I'm a little bit surprised, because it looked like these storms were going to take off, but they didn't. And I'm not saying that they won't, but I don't think it's necessarily very likely right now. Hello? Hi, what are you doing? Okay, what are you doing? You're playing with an airplane? What's over there? Oh, there's an airplane. Where at? Oh, okay, well, I love you. What did you do? Okay. Oh, you saw the horsies? Wow. Well. Alright, well. Okay, that's... Alright, I love you. Oh. You got what? A monkey sticker? Oh, from where? Oh. Wow. Well, I'm glad you got that. Do you like it? Good. Okay, I love you. Bye. Alright, see you later. Okay, bye. I love you too, bye. Did we just come through? Yeah, we did just come through here. Wow, look at that Cumulus tower. Holy smokes, guys, look at that. Oh, whoops. Look at that. Wow, that might be the most exciting thing we've seen all day. Those are actually those storms down there south of I-40, believe it or not.
In 1,000 feet, make a U. In 600 feet, make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Oops, wrong camera, sorry. Honestly, I don't know if we want to keep going with this storm or not. I mean, this thing's pretty pitiful. I have an idea. Let's get dinner. Hold on. Let's go to McDonald's, and by time we're done with McDonald's, it should be easier to figure out. Maybe it'll go severe warned. I don't know. All right. Oh wow, it's a McDonald's attached to a gas station. Wow, that's probably going to be fantastic.
In a quarter mile, slight right onto the US 412 East ramp to Locust Grove.
Oh, nice blinker up there, bud. All right, this is going to be some top tier disappointment here, I think. Where the hell's the drive-through at? Son of a gun. Oh wow, it's a Sinclair freaking gas station too. Wow. Oh wow, I'm
Turn right onto US 69 North, South
quickly
Chitto
losing interest in this McDonald's.
Head southeast toward US 69 North, South Chitto Avenue.
See how fast this line moves. We might abandon ship. I mean, it's not a terrible storm. I've seen worse. All right. Oh, I hope this.
In 600 feet, turn right onto US 69 North, South Chico Avenue.
Welcome to McDonald's. We've used this last night. I'll take your order whenever you're ready.
All right. Can I just get a 6-piece chicken nugget, medium fry, and a large Coke?
6-piece chicken nugget, medium fry, and a large Coke.
Yeah.
Would you like any sauce?
Nope.
Alright, your total's gonna be $9.85 a plate.
Okay, thanks. $9.85? Holy smokes, I'm gonna have to take out a freaking loan. I tell you what though, guys, the prices of everything went back up again. They were down overall, prices of stuff were down. And now they kind of went back up again. Kind of sucks. It's freaking expensive out here lately, I tell you what. I mean, it's always expensive to be out here. I mean, just the nature of what you're doing. My God, it's gotten bad lately. Like, LTE and all that stuff, like freaking data rates and stuff have gone up. Bring back the dollar soda at McDonald's and the freaking $3, $2.50 gas would be great. Do us all a favor. I think the storm's crapping out. But I'll be able to determine that once I get my chicken nuggets here. And no, I don't want to eat chicken nuggets, but it's also the fastest, easiest option at the moment. I hope. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, stay here for your food.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not from here. I had no idea. I figured you had two.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, I just figured you had two windows. All right.
And I got your...
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. You have a nice day.
Yep, you too. Okay. Yeah, I don't have two windows. All right. So I'm starting, like, okay, the kid was relatively polite, but like, I start driving away, and he looks at me like I'm the dumbest SOB he's ever met. And then she's like, well, you got to stay here for your food. And I'm like, well, isn't there usually two windows? Has anybody ever seen a McDonald's that doesn't have two windows? Like, I didn't know that was a thing. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign for the food, but... I have never in my life seen a McDonald's with one window. Ever. I guess I have now, though. Oh, frick. Am I going the wrong way?
In a quarter mile, use the right
Oh, shit. I think I'm going the wrong way. I got distracted, so I gave the truck gas, and I had my window down, and I let off the gas, and you could hear the turbo wastegate on this thing dump all the boost. Can't hear it with the window up, but with the window down you can. And then I started playing with it because I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. So apparently, the little teeny tiny turbochargers on the EcoBoost, you can hear the wastegate open on them. That's kind of neat. I never noticed that, ever. Well, we'll come up the back side of this thing and see what it looks like for a minute. God dang, dude, blow the freaking doors right off here. Yeah, the Janesville McDonald's does kind of suck. I think there's 3 of them, but that one over there by the Farm and Fleet kind of sucks. I think that's the shitty McDonald's, yeah. Now that one is shitty. Yeah, I'm in Janesville like every other day, it seems like, so. So I can't go to Stoughton to get my stuff because, like, if I need parts or hardware, which is like every other day, I can't go to Stoughton because Stoughton has Tractor Supply, and Tractor Supply, guys, I don't know how they're in business. I really don't. They are so expensive. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they're in business. So I can't go to Stoughton, so I gotta go to frickin' Janesville. I don't like to go to Monroe because the Farm and Fleet in Monroe kind of sucks. It's better than what it used to be when they built the new one, but, or moved into the new one, but still, they don't have nearly as much. That thing they're building by the mall is like a sports center, I guess. Or like an event center, I guess. I don't know. I know that because I saw a bunch of people complaining about it on Facebook. Like, we don't need this eyesore. Like, eyesore? It was an empty parking lot. Like, what are you complaining about? Like, Jesus. Looks better than an empty parking lot. We'll get hosed by this for a minute and then probably dump it. kept the special weather statement on this, but that's all they've done. So we'll figure out what we're going to do with it. But I don't think this one's going to really develop. I think it would have by now. Coming up on Locust Road. Rain is almost over, you'll see here. At least the heavy stuff. Yeah, so I think I'm done with this storm. It looks like crap. I think we have to cut our loss with it. Man, this has been a crappy 2 days of storm chasing. Holy smokes. I mean, it's part of this job, and like I accept that, and it doesn't bother me. Oh, there's a Sonic right there. Well, son of a gun. Could have went there. It's like, it doesn't bother me that these were kind of crappy, but it also doesn't change the fact that this was crap. We got 2 crappy days. I was so excited too, even when I made that post, like, yeah, look at this, wow, we probably got like 3 good days coming up. Nope, it's dog shit. That's part of this though, like, you have to be okay with that and you have to accept that. But it's not a big deal. It's actually really nice out, guys. You're looking off to the southwest. It's the most interesting view that we got right now, and it's still warm out. It's nice. It feels nice out. signal's gonna bottom out. Well, yeah, that was that. I think. So, I'll keep streaming for a little bit. I'm not gonna stream until midnight here for nothing, but we'll go for a little while here. Oh, hang on, this is cool looking. Hold on. That's cool. Guys, all the storms took a dump. Like, this was doomed from the start.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Oklahoma 20 West, East Berry Street.
To be fair, though, that stuff in Arkansas is still severe warned. But it hasn't done anything. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't done anything spectacular. Like, it's just been raining and a little windy.
Turn left onto Oklahoma 20
What we saw
East Berry
earlier, that's still what's going on.
Continue on Oklahoma 20 West for 6 miles.
You know, if I would have just said the hell with this and drove home, I would be home by now. I don't even know if I'm going to stop anywhere tonight. I honestly think I'm just going to drive home. I can be home by 4 a.m. Like, I am very anxious isn't the word, but I am very optimistic. No, not optimistic. Basically, long story short, I need to get my ass home, and I need to get packed. I need to get ready if this tropical thing does become a thing. Because I would need to leave, like, Thursday night. So, and because today was crap, I'm kind of just in this mood where it's like, the hell with this, let's just drive home. Like, let's just drive from Oklahoma to my driveway just to do it. Like, that would just be the most exciting thing to happen all day. I could stream the whole thing. I would actually have to turn the stream off because I would get really bored. But I have a lot to do here, so I have to get home and get this stuff ready. But I actually like drive. Like, I get excited when I get a chance to, like, drive through places I don't normally drive through. This is really pretty, by the way. This might be the highlight of the whole freaking day right here. Like, it's nice to be able to drive through, you know, Oklahoma for a little while here, because I haven't driven up I-40, or what is this, 44? No, 40. I haven't driven up I-44 for some time, you know, so I'll probably actually go back home through Missouri, which is not my preferred route, but just take 44 through St. Louis and stuff, which, like I said, is not my preferred route because I don't like going through Illinois. I could go up 29 and just go up through Kansas City and then go up through Des Moines. It might be the same driving time. If it's the same time, I might just do that and just avoid Illinois. You know, no offense, folks. I'm not a big fan of driving through the, you know, half of the state of Illinois. Seems like it takes forever too. But I've done this drive a few times, but it's usually going the opposite way. Usually it's me leaving my house at noon and getting to Tulsa at about 10:30 at night. It's really not a bad drive. Once you get through Illinois, it's not bad. Now, for me, in this instance, it would be the opposite. It'd be great until I get to Illinois. It's just, for some reason, Illinois puts me to sleep. I don't know why. I like going through these areas out here because it's just different. Like, honestly, if I lived out here, I probably would hate it. But I'm really weird. I'm very biased to what I enjoy when it comes to, like, geographical areas. So, like, I hate the Midwest and I hate Wisconsin and, like, the Great Lakes. I don't like it. And I think it's because I live there. Like, if I lived in Oklahoma, I probably would hate driving out here. Like, I like it because it's something different than I'm used to. That's honestly, so when I was back in, like, early 2019, I almost moved to Oklahoma. Almost. In, like, March, April, May of 2019. I'm glad I didn't, because if I was out, I honestly think I would get sick of driving out here. And, like, it would take the novelty away. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I feel the same way, like, when I chase at home. Like, if I got to go 3 hours up the road, it's like, oh, wow. Like, it's like, I don't even want to be around. But, like, I'll come out here and drive 15 hours to get somewhere, no problem. So I just like seeing something different, I guess. But I am really disappointed, though, that we didn't get more eastern New Mexico this year. Like, that's my one disappointment. And we might, like I said, there's been several, in fact, the past like 3 years, I think I've had several storm chases in East New Mexico, West Texas in the months of October and November. So we probably have some coming with these fall patterns and these fall troughs, but I'm just disappointed that we didn't get that this spring. Cause I freaking, like, that was the one place I really wanted to go, but I'm going to get us back out to Colorado sometime before it gets snowed in up there. It's probably going to be late in the season, but that's all right. We'll be all right. We'll get out there. And then honestly, over the winter, we're probably going to have to go toward like Moab or something, or maybe go way out in like southwest Utah. There's some cool places to go out there too, but because this was a strange year for me anyway. I mean, a lot. This was definitely the year of change. There's a lot that changed behind the scenes that, you know, as we continue to grow things and push forward, that like the stuff will start like falling into place. But there was a lot that changed behind the scenes. Like, this year is very different from last, and not in a bad way. I don't want anybody to think it's like a negative thing. I mean, it's everything's positive. It's just, I kind of feel like, is this my stop sign? That stop sign looks extremely tiny. That's a tiny stop sign. I thought it was one of those like parking lot stop signs for the parking lot. I damn near just went right through it. And I don't know if that would have been my fault or not, because I thought that was one of them little tiny like parking lot ones. But anyway, I kind of feel like I'm out here in 2019, 2020, 2021 again, where like kind of off, like I'm off doing my own thing. Obviously we have our group and our team, but it's just like kind of nice to just be, I don't know, it's very laid back out here this year. It's just been very peaceful and very quiet. Well, not quiet, that's a bad word for it, but it's just been very, like, there's been a lot to enjoy out of this storm season. There's been a lot to enjoy. Like, I tell you what, that those last 2 weeks of May were a lot of fun too. We had a busy last 2 weeks of May, and that was a good time, because in May we had like 5 or 6 days in the middle of May where nothing happened, but we still had a very active May. But I mean, shit, it's I kind of like these years and seasons like this where you kind of go down to like West Texas and then you just kind of stay down there, like you don't really have to leave, because it takes a lot to drive in and out of like West and Southwest Texas. Because if you've got, let's say, severe thunderstorms in like northern Kansas or something, which is common, and then 2 days later, or I'm sorry, a day later, you've got severe storms back down in Texas and stuff, like down by like Midland. Guys, that's a full day drive. That's a long freaking drive. And like, it takes a long time just to get out of like West Texas. Like, it seems like it's like 6 hours just to get out of the area, and once you get out of the area, then you start your drive. Like, oh wow, it's just, oh wow, storms in Kansas City, wow, cool. Well, in 6 hours, in 6 hours we can start our 8-hour drive. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like you're kind of stuck, because like it takes forever to get out of those areas. But it is definitely one of my favorite places. Like, I love west of I-27, like the western half of the Panhandle. The eastern half is fine too, but I love the western half, and then I love areas like southwest of Lubbock. Like, you start going toward like Hereford and out there, like it's super nice. And then you've got what's the name of that town? You've got oh shit, I always say it and then one of the locals tells me I'm saying it wrong, but why can't I think of the names of these towns? We had a lot of that this year, and I hope that it continues like that, because it usually is like that. I know a lot of people think of like Tornado Alley and tornado season as like Oklahoma, and it is, but ever since I've been out on the plains like full time every freaking year, it's been West Texas. Like every freaking year I feel like it's just a bunch of West Texas. So it's kind of almost like a stereotype to be like, oh yeah, just a bunch of Oklahoma. No, it seems like it's West Texas, which is good, but it's also good to be down there because it's cheaper than a lot of places. So obviously, like, cost is important. Hotels on Interstate 80 in Nebraska are expensive, and I don't know why. They always have been, and they probably always will be. The good news is there's a bunch of hotels going up along I-80. There's like 2 new Holiday Inns that are going up. I forgot. I think one in Cozad? No, not Cozad. There's one going up between Kearney and North Platte, and there's another one going up. Is it in York? I don't know, but there's two more hotel chains going up on I-80, and there's a couple more. I think there's like 2 or 3 Hampton Inns that are going up. Or no, there's 1 Hampton Inn and there's 2 of those true hotels, which is like a watered down Hampton Inn. So I know of at least 4 or 5 like good quality hotels that are coming to the area along Interstate 80, which might not seem like a lot, but when you think about it, about 100 rooms a hotel, we're talking maybe another 500 rooms in the state of Nebraska on I-80. It might not bring the prices down a lot, but it should drive prices down a little bit because it won't be such a supply and demand issue. But there's also 2 new hotels going up in Colby, Kansas also. I think one's a Holiday Inn. I'm assuming they're replacing the old Holiday Inn, but I think the other might be a Fairfield. But there's more hotels going up in these areas that are notoriously expensive, which is good because it should drive the price down. It might take it might take a while, maybe a year or 2 or 3 years, but I think eventually it should bring the prices down a little bit. But that's why I'm not a big fan of when we get stuck up there in like Nebraska, because it is very expensive. Kansas isn't nearly as bad. Northwest Kansas, like Colby, for some reason, Colby is really expensive. And I don't know why. There's also nothing in Colby. Colby is basically like, Goodland and Colby, both of them. Like, to me, they're the same thing. They're like a half an hour apart, but to me, they're like the same thing. You basically get a Walmart and a truck stop and a Hampton Inn. You get the Wheat Jesus billboard too, which, if you've never seen the Wheat Jesus billboard, it's really stupid. I don't get it, but whatever. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know why it's so expensive out there. Because then if you go across into Colorado, like 45 minutes west, you go into Burlington. Burlington's freaking expensive. So then you can keep going farther, and then you go to Lyman. Well, Lyman is usually pretty expensive. If there's something going on. If it's just a regular, like, Monday, like Sunday through Thursday, it's usually not that bad. But then you go past Lyman, and now you're into Denver, and it's like, there's really no quote-unquote cheap hotel price between Salina, Kansas, and Denver. Honestly, and I'm talking like good hotels, like Holiday Inns, Hampton Inns, Marriott's, Fairfields. Lyman has the best subway. You're absolutely right. Not. Somebody told me that Subway closed down, and I don't know if they were joking or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did. But guys, I didn't even stay in Lyman. I haven't stayed in Lyman this year. Holy shit. I haven't stayed in Lyman. I haven't chased eastern Colorado much at all. We did chase northeastern Colorado a good bit, but East Colorado, like Pueblo to Lyman and stuff, I'm really disappointed that we didn't get much of a season out there. Like, that's my critique of this storm season. What prompted this was somebody asked in the Facebook chat. Like, that's my official review of the storm season. It's been great, but I'm disappointed that we missed out on, like, East Colorado and East New Mexico. Like, it just didn't really happen much, because those are some good places to chase. I mean, we were in eastern Colorado some, but I mean, it wasn't like it normally was, because like hell, last year we were out there a bunch, especially in June, because I really like that area of plains, like south of Lyman, south of I-70, all the way down to Pueblo. Last time I stayed in Lyman was the that blizzard last year that we ended up going to Trinidad the next day. But Lyman doesn't really have anything at all. I mean, they have a pilot that's really run down, like a Flying J pilot. I don't know if it's a Flying J or a pilot. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's really run down. It's very nasty. But they have an IHOP, and the IHOP is actually pretty good. The Holiday Inn Express is pretty good. That's out there. There's a Best Western out there as well. That one's pretty good. It's very clean. But I like that La Quinta or La Quinta or whatever the hell it is. Even though it's not my normal brand, that La Quinta or whatever is pretty good. But I mainly like that one because it's like right on the off-ramp and you don't have to like go into town, which really isn't much because there's not much of a town there to go into, but it's just right on the off-ramp. But one of my projects for the off-season, and it's probably not going to be this year unless it really, really gets quiet. Like, I mean, nothing to do. One of my projects is going to be making some sort of database of like known good travel spots. Like, you know, hey, if you're in Northeast Colorado, you know, try this hotel, not that one. Or if it's Friday and what the fuck, dude? Dude, he nearly clipped my bumper off. Jesus Christ. Holy smokes. What is with people? Like, this guy's got plenty of room to make that turn. God damn it. I am just honestly infuriated with fucking stupid drivers lately. Oh my God. There was no reason for that. What a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. If that offends you, then my God, I just, what the hell? Jesus Christ. God, that stuff pisses me off. Like, you've got all the room in the world. I'm behind there's no stop line, but like I'm behind where like you're supposed to stop. Like, God dang, dude. That worried me there. Holy crap. I spun the wheels. I was about ready to throw it in reverse. Jesus. Anyway, now that we've almost been in a wreck for minding our own business, but no, like a database where you can be like, oh, it's Friday and you're in this area. Like, oh yeah, let's go to this hotel, because I've really kind of figured a lot of the patterns out for a lot of these places. Like you don't bother with the Lincoln and Omaha area if it's a Friday or a Saturday night. Like, you don't even bother. The hotels are going to be super expensive. You just don't bother. You go somewhere else. You go across the river to Council Bluffs, Iowa. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. You don't stay in Pueblo because Pueblo is bad. Pueblo is no good. Very, very dangerous place.
At the light, turn right onto US 69 North, North Main Street.
Oh, that's a fancy looking Casey's there. God dang. Look at that. Alright, well I'm going to turn on red because I don't want to get stuck behind this semi, so here we go. You know you're in Oklahoma when there's a pothole bigger than your tire. Our little storm that we were on basically evaporated, by the way. Yeah, this will meet us up with 44 up here. I guess up here by Veneta. Yeah, the official review of storm season so far is pretty positive, I guess. You know, we have our critiques, obviously, but mostly positive. So I don't know. Dr. Phil is from Veneta. Great. Well, I'm not going to stop and say hi to him. I don't have nothing against him, but... Is that guy actually a doctor? Or is he just like telling people that their DNA test was wrong or something? Maybe he had too much Tylenol when he was little too. train over there. Well, that stuff in Arkansas still hasn't. I don't think we've had a single tornado warning today, so. Wow. Hell, with the weather pattern warning, it might be a week before we have another tornado warning anywhere. But remember though, just because the weather pattern is kind of dead, doesn't mean that there's not going to be severe weather somewhere. It just means we're not going to have these big, well forecasted events. You could still have small scale events that kind of pop up somewhere, but like big weather events like this, you just really don't see them. It's definitely going to be a little bit on the quiet side for the rest of the week here. There's a marginal risk tomorrow, and the next day farther east, but I really don't think that either of them are going to be too much to write home about, but I haven't really looked much though. Yeah, Veneta's right up the road. Veneta's got that like truck stop where the McDonald's like goes across the top of the interstate or something. It's kind of neat. That rest area, whatever you call it.
Head east. In 800 feet, keep left.
so somebody else commented it too. Yeah, north, like, oh, I shouldn't say north, like western Oklahoma, or eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, this is eastern. Duh.
Merge onto I-44 East.
Eastern Oklahoma in general is way different than western Oklahoma. Somebody made that comment, or like, this doesn't even look like Oklahoma. No, it really doesn't. Oklahoma, the terrain really is divided by Interstate 35. Pretty much everything west of I-35 is like
337 miles.
sandier and rockier, and it's flat plains and windy. Like, that's the Oklahoma that everybody thinks about. This stuff out here to like east of I-35, especially east of like Tulsa, this honestly looks more like Iowa. But yeah, there's a lot of trees and a lot of hills out here. I mean, it's not terrible. Like, this is okay terrain to chase in, but you know, I-35 is really the divider, and you know, it's not like a hard divide. I mean, like, from like McAllister and like Seminole and Stillwater east is pretty decent, but once you hit that I-35 region, that's kind of like the stereotypical Oklahoma that everybody thinks about. Like, I've seen that comment a lot where people are like, this isn't Oklahoma. Well, it is, just doesn't look like it. Doesn't feel like it either. But I will tell you though, I've put probably more miles on I-44 than any other interstate, believe it or not. When I, you know, the first couple of years of storm chasing, so like 2014, the end of 2014, it's like the end of 2014, all the way up to, let's see, 2018 was just, all that I could do because of work was just chase like Dixie Alley setups. And I chased them religiously, like I never missed one. I mean, I did, but like I didn't, if it was a meaningful event, I didn't miss it. And a lot of those like far west Dixie Alley events, like East Texas, East Oklahoma, even though it's not really Dixie, but you know, kind of same area. But there are a lot of events down here. It's a lot of running I-44 from St. Louis through Missouri for some reason. I-20, I think, is probably another one that I've put more miles on. But you know, I didn't really start chasing in the plains until the end of 28, like the very end of 2018, and like the very beginning of 2019. But it's a lot different than the Southeast, that's for sure. Yeah, I really went a roundabout way here. This trip was basically a kind of an excuse to burn some fuel here, apparently, because man, that's about all it was. But you have these trips where like nothing happens, and it's okay. I mean, it is really discouraging sometimes when it's really slow, but I don't know. If it gets you bent out of shape, then you're not going to be able to enjoy being out here. Like, you just have to be used to it. Sometimes you get lucky, and the letdowns, you know, where like the whole chase is just a letdown. If you're lucky, those happen during like the busy season when you're already out. And it doesn't matter. Like, maybe you drove 20 minutes to the target area, not 15 hours, you know what I mean? But yeah, this bridge goes across from the two rest areas here. It's kind of cool. Yeah, when my early days, I was pretty much locked into only being able to like drive these for these like one-off events. Like I didn't have the ability to stay out for like more than a day. So a lot of times I would, like, if the severe weather was expected on Saturday, I would leave like Friday afternoon at like 4 o'clock, drive basically all day, almost all night, chase the next day, and the second the chase was done, I would start driving home. I'd just drive as far as I could, stop, and then drive the rest of the way in the morning. Which is fine. It's not that big of a deal to do that, but when you're doing that every time you're out, it's really exhausting. But, now it's not even really anything to consider because, like, it's my job to do this, so the whole point is to stay out and chase more than one day. But I'll never forget one of my first... Was it my first? Yeah, my first... maybe it was my second. I don't... First or second storm chase was a moderate risk in Louisiana. And I left at... well, I remember it was lunchtime on Friday. I think it was a Friday. It was a Friday. It was like lunchtime on Friday, and I was like, man, maybe I should go. And it's like, wow, this is kind of a stupid idea. Like, yeah, first storm chase, let's drive to Louisiana. And also, like, my first time ever, like, driving longer than, like, 7 hours. So I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Cool, great, yeah, why not? Let's have a 15-hour drive, awesome. In a vehicle that I don't know if it's going to make it or not. So, I, like, spent the afternoon looking at stuff, and then I think it was, like, 5 o'clock I decided I was going to go, and then I didn't leave until, like, 7. I left at, like, 7 p.m. Central to get to Louisiana by, like, noon the next day. There was literally enough time to drive there. That was about it. So I drove down through Illinois, drove through St. Louis, and then I got to, it's not Corning, Arkansas, but it's up there. I think it's on 67. Up there in northeast Arkansas where you come across from Missouri, I think it's on 67. I don't know. There's like a little Arkansas welcome center. So I stopped there. We pass it all the time. Stopped there, and I went to bed for like 45 minutes. No, it was about 2 hours, like 2 hours, 45 minutes in the back of the truck. Got up, drove the rest of the way, drove all the way across, well, yeah, it was, all the way diagonal across the state of frickin' Arkansas. So, I got there, like I said, I got there at like, well, let's see, 7, was it 4? I think it was like 4 in the morning. I got there at like 4 in the morning. In Arkansas, northeast Arkansas. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Because 5 plus 4, 9. Yeah, about 9 hours. So it was about 4 in the morning. And then I got back up at like 6. Yeah, so it's about 2 hours. I got back up at like 6. And started driving. And drove all the way down to Texarkana. And then drove south to Shreveport. And then started driving to Alexandria. I got almost to Alexandria, Louisiana, before I kind of like came to my senses, and I was like, nothing's happening. And then I started looking at things, and it's like, nothing's gonna happen. This is a waste. And it was. Nothing happened. It was a complete bust. And I turned around in the Dollar General parking lot off of 49. And we've passed it before, and I've told the story because, like, I that's where I gave up. And then I drove all the way home, almost. I drove almost all the way home. I stopped for like a half an hour. And I didn't even go to bed that half an hour. I just kind of like sat there wondering what the hell I was doing. So I basically, and then I got home Sunday at like 3 in the afternoon. So I left Friday at like 7 p.m. and then got home Sunday at like 3 p.m. Like I literally just got in the truck, drove to Louisiana, drove back basically. That was it. I didn't see a single storm. In fact, I don't even think I saw a single like lightning or anything. Like, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. I'm surprised I did it again, like ever, because that was terrible. I was pissed. Like I was really pissed. It's like, wow, that was a waste of $400 in gas. Like that was dumb. That's kind of how this trip has been. It's been a waste of about $600 in fuel. No, it hasn't. Hold on, let me think. Okay, it's been a waste of about $500 in fuel. No, $450 to $5. But whatever. I mean, the fact that we got through most of this year without having to say we had a huge waste more than like 2 or 3 times is actually pretty impressive. Like that's a pretty positive thing. So yeah, that was that. But I tell you what, though, I do miss the early days, and I know that's what everybody always says, but like my advice to anybody when you start doing something, even if it's a cluster, like you really need to enjoy the beginning of it and make it last as long as possible. Like don't get me wrong, I love what I do, and I would not change it. There's times where I've said I wanted to change it because I just get so fed up with some of the dumb shit that goes with it, but I wouldn't change it. I don't think I'm capable of doing anything else. But I will tell you that the beginning definitely had a different feel to it. My biggest mistake, honestly, was working with anybody but myself. And I'm not talking like friends or my own things or sponsors. Like I honestly, my biggest mistake was working with another YouTuber that, and I'm not making this a thing, but it's like, you know, I started off with somebody that's got millions of subscribers, that like when this person had like 20,000, and we kind of built something with chasing, and then like the other end of it wasn't held up. And I felt like I put a lot of work into it. And the other end of the bargain didn't get held up. And things started getting fishy, and I held on for too long, and it tainted a good like 7 months of my experience when I should have been enjoying myself. Because I didn't need the money at the time. Well, I did, but I didn't. Like, we would have been fine without it. But my recommendation, like, if you go into business doing something that you like and you enjoy, keep it as small as you possibly can for as long as you can. Like, that's what the big change was this year. Like, it was a big year of adjustment to basically bringing everything back, because like there's been a lot of stuff happening, and it's like, you know, I don't want to constantly like that. I don't want to work with news people. I don't want to work with other dumb shit. Like I don't, not when I say news people, I mean like corporate media. Like I don't want to work with like I don't want to work for some corporation. I don't even want to have ties to that. Like it almost makes me a hypocrite, and I don't want, like, I don't like feeling like what something that I put together is being like spoiled. So that's why like we really we really decided to focus on what I and our team can do on our own and with partners that we've chosen, if that makes sense. Like, the ball needs to be in our court. Like, this has been a very good year, because instead of worrying about getting canceled by some asshole in New York City or something, which I never really worried about when I was part of that deal, but I never worried about it, actually. But I knew I was going to hear about it every time I did anything, even though nobody had a right to yell at me because I'm a contract employee, whatever. But I think the best thing that I did was just like stop giving a crap about, and I'm sorry, like it's hard for me to figure out the right words for this, because it's really hard to explain. But the best thing I did was to stop giving a crap about any contract, any business, anything that didn't have interest in what we were doing. Because, you know, you get your good business partners that actually like support you and want to like see something cool happen. That's great. You know, that's a positive interaction. But like, when you deal with like corporate media contracts and like these media brokers and all that stuff, it's always a negative experience, and it really ruins some of the best times of your life. Like, life is too short to just spoil everything. Like, some people I think need validation in life, and I understand like the want and the need to feel like important and stuff. But I truly think that when somebody, like a successful person or a successful business in life, will always be the business or the person that can look at a $40,000 contract, rip it up and say F you, or more. And I'm not trying to like blow my whistle here, but like, I looked at a pretty big contract number from corporate media, and I'm trying to be as neutral as I can here so people don't think I'm like throwing stones, but and like deter from what I'm getting at. But like, it's a huge number, and I'm just like, no, I needed the money, but I'm just at the beginning of the year, but I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm not gonna be a sock puppet. And I think that's when you can call yourself successful, when you can say, nope, we're gonna take the hard route, and yep, see you later, because I'm not a sock monkey puppet thing, I don't know, or hand puppet, whatever. I think that is kind of like, that's kind of, I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, that's kind of the American dream, in my opinion, to be able to like choose who you work with and where it comes, and like where your income comes from, if that makes sense. Because we have good business partners and sponsors and stuff with what I do now. Like, we've got fantastic ones, and every single one of them supports everything that's done here. And not only supports what's done, actually is involved in it. Like, you know, for example, like, you know, Radar Omega, obviously, like the whole the whole thing here, like, I can, you know, everybody knows Don from live streams and previous fuckery. I literally can send him a message and be like, hey, I need this. And it's like, okay, well, here it is. You know, I've had, you know, I've got a lot of the stuff that we're doing with Project Weather Eye. You know, I basically needed things called APIs, which is essentially a way that software can talk to each other. So like, for our studio broadcast that's coming, I needed a way to ingest, for example, tropical data and some other stuff. I didn't have a way to do that, so I said, hey, I need this. What the hell am I supposed to do? And then the answer was, oh, here you go. Like, that's invaluable to me. I would have had to pay somebody tens of thousands of dollars probably to develop that for me. Like, that's invaluable to me. You know, we've got other sponsors and stuff too that help us out with other things. That, like, we've got a really good team, and we've got good people on our side here that want to be part of this. And 2 to 2.5, 3 years ago, I 100% should have focused more on this than worrying about working for somebody. I never worked for corporate media. I never worked for another YouTuber. But for lack of a better term, I never should have, quote unquote, worked for anybody but myself and the people that actually give a damn. And that was a big mistake that I made. So like that's kind of why this channel like became what it is, and like that's why we're here. That's why we really kind of fit a small niche community, and I'm perfectly fine with that. We don't need to have 3 million viewers, and which is an exaggeration, and a butt ton of money coming in to just like pay for our lifestyles. But like, we do need, I mean, we do need that, but we don't, you know what I mean? Like, to me, the success isn't like measured in how many people are going to watch your stuff, or how many subscribers you have, or how many times somebody shares your crap on Twitter. I think the success is measured in like, did you actually accomplish anything? And I feel like we've actually accomplished quite a bit. And a lot of it has been behind the scenes, and you guys haven't seen it yet. And I really need a freaking hurricane here so I can show you guys, because I'm dead serious. Like, I've been dying to show people what we've got. And I haven't been able to, and it's like really actually starting to piss me off. Because I can't show you what we have without a damn hurricane or a tropical storm. Like, I have to have it. Otherwise, it's just a blank screen. Like, but like, we have a lot that's gone into this, and to me, like, that's what's paid off. Like, that's been the success. Just apparently this year was just a bad year to go about it, but whatever. But I've really enjoyed this year because I've been able to really focus on the stuff that we're doing. And I know that every little bit that gets put into it is going to come back out of it. I don't know when, but eventually it's going to come back out. Like, you know, so many nights, you know, I would stay, I'd stay up till 4 a.m. writing lines of code or trying to figure something out just to make something for you guys to watch work that you haven't seen yet. Like, I do enjoy doing that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not like it's been miserable for me to do, but it's definitely been hard at times, and I've had to sit out some storm chases to do it and miss some stuff. It's been worth it and rewarding, but like, what's coming from that, I know that when everybody gets to watch it and use it and experience it and see it, then I know that we actually, like, that's the return on investment. The amount of money that it makes us, whether it's super chats, PayPal, or ad revenue, to me, that's not the return on investment. Like, the fact that we get it out there, like, the return on investment will be if people actually enjoy it. Like, if we've succeeded in making a product, for lack of a better term, if we've succeeded in making a product that people want to consume by watching. If nobody wants to watch it, then it's a failure. I doubt that it's going to be a failure because, like, there's 300 people watching right now and we're just driving down the road. I mean, I think the bar is set here pretty low, but like, to me, that's the success and that's the return on investment. Obviously, I have to watch the finance. Like, I'm not a millionaire. I don't have $500,000 in the bank. Like, I can't operate at a loss here. But freaking dead zone. Seriously? Why is there no signal here? There we go. Obviously, I can't run at a loss. But the focus, I believe, like, I've had a lot of really smart business people tell me this, like, and this is the opposite of what a lot of business people will tell you, but I think a lot of the ones that I've trusted and haven't steered me wrong yet have all said the same thing, where it's like, don't really worry about the money, just worry about, God damn it, why can't we get signal out here? Come on, Verizon and AT&T, give me a break. Must be a tariff on the 4G. Do we have a tariff on LTE now? Cripes? Must be too much Tylenol in it. Any day now. Okay, it's coming back. But the advice that was given to me was like, don't worry about, God dang it. I'm just going to have to stop for, like, this, like, I get so irritated when I'm trying to say something and then the frickin' signal cuts out. That is just stupid. I don't know why it's doing this. Like, Starlink, we're on Starlink. I wonder if it's between satellites. Okay, I think it's coming back. Nope, it's going away. It's going back down. Nope, it's coming back up. Nope.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I might have found the problem. We were at, I just bumped it down to 30 FPS. So I moved it from 60 FPS to 30 FPS. I think we just might not have enough bandwidth for the extra frames. So I put it back down to 30 FPS. Now it seems more stable. But what I was saying was like, don't worry about like the money, worry about the product. And then just hope it shows up, I guess. But it's worked so far. So like, long story short, the moral of the story, I'm really excited for whenever we get a chance to really show off what we're doing. Might be next week by the looks of it. There's a lot of people. A lot of people that are saying that Invest 94, which is that potential tropical system, a lot of people are saying it's a write-off. Oh, it's going to go out to sea. But I don't know, guys. I know that the models have been kind of split. But I tell you what, I don't trust it. I really think that thing's got a shot at coming to the U.S. So, folks, that might be something we end up on. Yeah, I really think that we're going to have some sort of activity. But my God, it's just been slow for U.S. tropical this year, so. I tell you what, though, if this thing doesn't come to the United States, like if it doesn't develop or if it goes out to sea, man, I don't know. We've got the rest of October and like maybe the first part of November, but man, guys, if this one doesn't do it, the chances are pretty slim that another one will. We could get something that spins up down there by Central America and moves kind of north. That makes a little more sense for this time of the year than something coming off of the coast of Africa, but because like those of you that don't know, and I know a lot of you probably don't, like a lot of hurricanes start as basically little disturbances that move west off of the like the west coast of Africa, and then they move across the Atlantic and develop into a tropical cyclone. Dude, just merge. Come on. Sorry, this guy's like fiddling around here. It would make more sense to have something spin up down there by Central America and then move up, potentially into the Gulf. Or maybe like southern Florida or just like into Texas or something. But long story short, something would spin up kind of close to home. Less lead time. But I think that I'm not going to say that the tropical season for the U.S. is going to bust. But if 94L out there in the Southwest Atlantic, if it does not interact with the United States, I am going to say that I am leaning toward the tropical season being a dud, which I guess is, is a good thing. But I'm honestly leaning toward that if this doesn't develop. But I could be wrong. We can have these Central American storms spin up really fast with a little warning too, like just a couple of days notice even, You might only pick up on the model signal like 5-6 days ahead, But, But I think 94, and like I said, I get criticized for it a lot because a lot of these guys are like, oh, you're trying to fear monger people. It's like, oh, shut up. Like, really? Like, of all people, you're going to accuse me of that? But okay, whatever. When I, like, call that crap out all the time when other people do it. But the truth is, I honestly do believe that I think that could pose a risk to the United States. Somebody went off on me like, I want to see your meteorology degree. And it's like, I don't need one. This is the United States of America. We have free speech. If I can cite my source and back up my information, I can share it freely as news. And I have enough, I've been doing this many years, some of these young kids that just got their accelerated meteorology degree and did everything from home for like 15 weeks. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but like they haven't done this as long as a lot of us that didn't do that have. And I'm not discounting the college degrees, but we don't need to sit here and say you have to have a college degree to have a brain. A lot of smart people in the world don't have college degrees in the field that they work or do stuff in. And just looking at the pattern and like the signals that we're getting off of the models, I feel like this one is actually going to pose a risk. And a lot of that is just history. Like, I'm looking at this, like, it's like, okay, usually, and like, there's all sorts of things that go on, and like, one of them that I've been thinking about, it's like, well, usually when we get an area of interest that is so close to the shore like that, it's like, is that close to the CONUS like that, so you have to stop and think, it's like, how much work overall would that storm have to do to go out to sea versus the probability or the likelihood of it coming here? And you look at things, it's like, well, it's going to be close proximity to the United States. It's going to be close proximity to land when it forms. So it's not like our margin for error is low. It's not like it's traversing the ocean. Yes, the steering currents and that high pressure ridge and stuff and the Fuji whatever effect from the other storm could bring it out, pull it out to sea for sure. But from a public safety and like a human content consumption thing, like standpoint, to me, this is a credible threat to the United States coast because it's going to be a storm, likely, or hurricane in close proximity to land, much closer to land than it is the middle of the ocean. And it's the weather, folks. These things change so fast, a small, minute change can cause that forecast cone that was once out to sea to be over South Carolina, It's almost like a probability thing, I can't say for sure. Like, I don't really have an opinion. And honestly, we might get data from reconnaissance tomorrow, and my opinion might change. Be like, oh yeah, it's going out to sea. We might be able to find some action, get some more like flight data put into models, and models might all shift out to sea, and it might be more obvious. But as of right now, I think that it's a credible 50-50 split to say, hey, this thing might come to the United States, and the lead time, the clock is ticking. It's like 8 to 11 days out. The clock is ticking. Like, if we wait to start talking about it until Sunday or Saturday, that 8 to 11 days is now down to what, 4 to 9 or 3 to 9 or something. It's like, why waste time? The American people are not stupid. Well, not all American people are stupid. Like, that was a joke. Not really, but kind of. But it's like, tell people, and that's why it's important, tell people, hey, this might show up here. It also might not. Just stand by. These people want advance notice. That's one thing about hurricanes. Tornadoes, blizzards, people don't really care as much. When it comes to hurricanes, people want advance notice. That's one thing that I hear all the time after hurricanes. We didn't have enough notice. I have never once had anybody or I've never witnessed anybody complain when someone said, hey, in a week and a half, there is what we believe a credible threat to the United States coast. We can't guarantee it. This isn't an official forecast or call to action. But you need to pay attention. Check back in a day or two. I've never seen anyone say that that was bad. When it comes to the actual people, it's always been storm chasers and TV weather people. Every time they're the ones complaining about it. I don't know why. The general public has always seemed to appreciate that upfrontness, and I think they appreciate that honesty because people don't trust weathermen. I always hear, oh, the weatherman's always wrong. Okay, you're right. I actually agree. But I think people appreciate the honesty when you come out and say, hey, it might show up here, it might not, it probably won't, but just in case it does, check back in a day. Versus not saying anything and then all of a sudden out of nowhere being like, oh my God, we got a Category 3 coming. I think people appreciate and can relate to that honesty. And I don't think that's ever a bad thing. Like, it's never a bad thing to say, hey, this might happen, but I don't know. People aren't stupid. If you say, hey, this might happen, but I'm not sure, work with me here, look, check back in like a day or two. Nobody's going to turn around and say, you promised a Category 5. Like, nobody's going to do that. And if they do, they're full of shit and they don't even matter. That's why I think it's really important that we look at these things early, because we have a lot of injuries, fatalities, and a lot of property loss that could be mitigated by better preparedness when it comes to these tropical systems. We always see this mad dash, this mass evacuation of people because everybody waited to the last minute to leave. Not that by, raising alarm bells a week early are going to cause people to evacuate better. That's not my point. My point is that people can start preparing, because a lot of those folks, and I've talked to them, because unlike a lot of these people on the internet, I actually go to these areas and talk to these people. Like, I speak to these people, I see these people, I'm involved with these people. A lot of these folks behind a desk on the internet have never been in one of these situations. They really don't have a place to talk about the human psychology in these areas that revolve around this stuff. But the general psychology and like the overall experience and like the vibe that I get from these people is that a lot of times they wait until the last minute to leave or take action because they have to, because they might have a 4-day long checklist of how to get their house ready for a hurricane, and they might end up with 6 days of notice. And it cuts it close. Whereas if you tell them a week ahead of time, hey, you might want to consider paying attention to this forecast just in case. A lot of those people now, instead of waiting till last minute, now they can start thinking, okay, well, all the stores, everybody's going to go panic buy everything. Maybe we should, we're going to take a run, we're supposed to go grocery shopping. Let's say it's Wednesday. We're supposed to go grocery shopping this weekend. Well, maybe let's just go grocery shopping today so that we don't have to worry about people buying shit off of the shelves later. We don't have to worry about mass panic. And if in a few days, when we're supposed to be doing something else, if we have to be doing something to prepare our home because a hurricane does end up coming, we know about it. We know that we might need to cancel those plans. It's not a surprise. I think to better mitigate these issues, we've got to start giving people more advanced warning, even if it ends up being wrong. And the way that we can be, I know this sounds ridiculous, but I'm being very honest with you folks. The way that we, as weather people, the way that we can be wrong without pissing people off is by being honest when we think we might be wrong. That's why I say this a lot, because I don't want to be called a hypocrite or say I suck at forecasting. If we have a tornado outbreak, it's a great example. If we've got a potential tornado outbreak and it looks very viable and it looks like we're going to have a tornado outbreak, but it also looks like there's an equal chance it's going to bust, my headline is always, a tornado outbreak is possible, but it might not happen. That is the best way to be wrong without pissing people off, because people will at least be able to level with you and look at you eye to eye and be like, well, look at that. Like, none of us freaking got it right. Like, you give, I know it's not mind games, but you give yourself an out. Like, okay, well, it didn't happen. It's a good thing that I didn't say it would happen. And a lot of people don't do that. They just jump immediately to that, oh my God, code red, it's a severe thunderstorm emergency, everybody's gonna die. And then when it doesn't happen, they get called a liar. And then they get pissed off. It's like, well, it's because you lied. You said something was going to happen and it didn't. You didn't give yourself an out. You didn't tell the people that there might be a reason it doesn't happen. Like, it's very important to communicate that. Like, I think when it comes to meteorology and weather, I don't think it's actually a forecasting accuracy issue that we have. I think it is actually a psychology issue that we have, where people just haven't been trained in the proper communication. And I'm not saying that we don't have good communicators out there, but I just think that a lot of people haven't been trained in the best way to communicate uncertainty when we're talking to the public that doesn't understand the weather. I mean, the public understands the weather, but they might not understand it to the level that we do. So that's kind of what I think of that, and I'm just kind of responding to stuff here as we go. But that's why I just think it's very important to be very straightforward when it comes to these questionable forecasts. Well, people should be prepared for the worst. I completely agree, but the problem is we also have to balance it. Because if we just start telling people to prepare for the worst all the time, they're going to stop preparing because they're going to get freaking tired and sick of it. I get sick of it. I get sick and tired of the Storm Prediction Center issuing 10% hatches and moderate risks. Like, I get exhausted from that. And I'm not dogging on the SPC. Just using it as an example. Like, they're the ones that are supposed to be like the god of the forecast, right? I get tired of being told strong tornadoes today and then showing up and there's nothing. And I don't get tired of it because I want to see tornadoes rip up towns. I get tired of it because I'm sick and tired of like being told one thing and then it turns out to be the exact opposite. It's like, why do we even bother looking at these forecasts anymore? That's probably going to piss somebody off, but I'm not dogging on the SPC. I'm just stating an honest fact. And as a weather person, if I feel that way, I'm sure the general public probably feels that way when we tell them all the time, hey guys, it's going to be 95 degrees out and then it's 75 and raining. Like, no wonder the public gets pissed off. I would get pissed off too. You know, or someone's like, hey, my favorite storm chaser told me a tornado outbreak today and it didn't even rain. Yeah, well, that's because it's not necessarily because they were wrong. Maybe their forecast had every reason to be right, but maybe model data was wrong. Maybe there was something that changed. Maybe it wasn't that person's fault. They just didn't do a good job communicating the uncertainty of it, and that is their fault. The botched forecast isn't necessarily the meteorologist or the forecaster's fault, but sometimes the communication problem can be, if that makes sense. Anyway, this is Joplin, so we're driving by Joplin now. But yeah, Joplin's got a nice Waffle House. I actually thought about staying here tonight. But I really don't want to stay this far from home because I don't want the longer drive in the morning. Like, I don't want to have to drive that extra couple hours in the morning. It's about 9 hours from home. And I know I said I was probably going to drive straight home, and I might, honestly. But if I get sick of driving, I really don't want to have to drive 9 hours in the morning. I want to be able to just like have a shorter drive. I would love to get to St. Louis tonight, but it seems like it takes a long time to drive across Missouri. It's kind of a boring drive too. Yeah, it's like an hour, well, 45 minutes to an hour faster for me to go through St. Louis and Illinois versus going up through Kansas City, and then like up to Des Moines and over. It's definitely like 45 minutes to an hour shorter to go this way, so that's why I didn't go that way. If it was about the same, I would have went that way. I much prefer that route, but I actually like Joplin. It's a nice stopping point. A lot of memories here, honestly, of like just doing stuff. Yeah, we're past, yeah, the Waffle House is right there. A lot of storm chases have ended here. A lot of them have ended here. And like a lot of these kind of like events, like central Oklahoma events where storms fire up over Oklahoma City, they usually move northeast. And you don't want to stop in Tulsa because Tulsa's a little rough, so you go an hour up the road to, or an hour and a half up the road to Joplin usually, and it's cheaper and it's pretty nice. I mean, the town overall is nice. It's very, I mean, this might be a little bit dark, but it's all like new construction because it got blowed away 15 years ago. But I mean, I know that that's kind of a shitty way to look at it, but I mean, it's true. I mean, all the hotels and like everything's new. I mean, well, within the past 15 years, like it's pretty well kept. I mean, it's I would rather stay here than Tulsa, and that's kind of your option in this area. It's either here or Tulsa. Yeah, I couldn't tell you much about the tornado. I wasn't here, so. And I don't know. I get asked that every time I come through here. My understanding is it pretty much went right through. Right, well, basically right back there. I mean, Joplin's not that big. I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, no, I couldn't drive you to the middle of town and be like, yeah, I went right here, because I wasn't here, and I'm not, you know what, a lot of people have an interest in like tornado history. I don't give a rat's ass. I really don't. Like, and that's nothing against anybody who does, but like some people get super excited like when they stay in like Moore, Oklahoma. Oh wow, yeah, this place got tore up by the tornado, and it's like, yeah, whoop-de-doo, it's Oklahoma, that happens. Like, I just like, I don't have an interest in like the tornado history. I mean, sometimes I do. But like some people just like, they're almost like a freaking encyclopedia with this stuff, where like they know where every tornado was and every freaking corner it turned. That's not me. And to those people, more power to you. I just don't. I'm more of a, hey, like what's happening tomorrow kind of thing. If I've been on the tornado, then it's more interesting to me, but like, it's been suggested that on down days we go and look at areas that have been hit by tornadoes. Like, it's not a bad idea, but I just don't, like, whatever. It is what it is. I don't know. I guess I don't put that much thought into it. Oh, the McDonald's, it was terrible. Yeah, the chicken nuggets tasted like paper. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but like if you've ever had like, I think they're just stale chicken nuggets from McDonald's where it honestly, they taste like paper. I don't know how else to describe it. Like they taste like paper. That's basically what I got from there. It was not great. Yeah, Greensburg, Kansas is still pretty empty. I saw that comment in there. Someone said they drove through there after that happened. And yeah, it's like driving through, like it's very obvious that town, I mean, they built back, but they also kind of built around. Because there's literally just foundation slabs all over the place. Like there's just cement foundations all over. Like everywhere you look, there's a cement foundation still. Or a driveway that just goes into a yard where obviously there was a house at one point or a building and it's just obviously not there anymore. Or like a sidewalk going up to a house. It's not that like it's, they really, a lot of that new construction out there, it's like they built around what was blown away. I don't know, it's hard to describe it. Like even when we are chasing and we drive through there, I like to point it out, but there's a lot of like just open gravel lots and stuff. I mean, it's not like a ghost town. I mean, there's plenty of signs of life there. I mean, it's very nice how they've put it back, but it's just very apparent that something happened. Like even if you didn't know anything about a tornado hitting that town, just the average person driving through there, I mean, they might not know it was a tornado, but they're probably going to be able to tell that something happened. I mean, they might not know what, but they're gonna like something's wrong. Like there's definitely something that went wrong there at some point. It's still very apparent. But anyway, that was, well, I think that was our event. So I've just been kind of going the past like hour just for the hell of it. But we're kind of out of rope here, guys. I mean, we've obviously been done chasing for a while. But I don't know. Kind of a lame couple of days, but it really wasn't that bad. It's a good thing we were out. I mean, if I wouldn't have been out, then something probably would have happened. That's usually how it goes. If you're out, something happens, or nothing happens. If you're at home, then something happens. But all right, folks, I'll probably let that be the end of it. Appreciate all the support, super chats, channel memberships, all that stuff. Don't forget to subscribe as you're on your way out. But over the next few days, you'll see a lot of posting about the potential tropical activity. And honestly, if the tropical stuff doesn't happen, I mean, we'll probably, well, it looks like the rest of the week, I mean, I'm not going to chase. If there's going to be tropical activity, I'm not going to be out chasing severe weather because we have to get in position. But regardless, I think the rest of the week is quiet. Tomorrow, marginal risk farther east, but it looks very, very uneventful. The next day, which is Thursday, looks like maybe out on the East Coast somewhere, Carolinas maybe. God damn. But the like the CSU model highlights an area out there, so like that might be a slight risk type environment maybe, but I think it's going to be pretty quiet. I don't think there's going to be really any organized severe weather. There might be something that pops up somewhere like in the panhandle of Texas or Nebraska, or just something weird like that pops up kind of at the last minute like it always seems to. There might be something low end, but I think basically from now all the way up until Sunday is basically just kind of closed for business here. After Sunday, I mean, we're not done. I mean, it's this time of the year, it's common to get in these like slow periods. It's just this one's just been exceptionally slow, but I would suspect that we will probably be back into some sort of regular activity here. Probably by the end of the first week of October. Probably sooner, though. So, all right, well, now that you know the plan, I'm going to get out of here, but thanks for being here, folks. It was fun. And I don't know when the next time will be. I'll probably have a short live stream tomorrow on the way back, if I'm not back already. And if I am back, then we'll do a live stream and we'll look at tropical potential, I guess. But until then, I'll see you guys later.